capitalist option is. Sori says 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at vinsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
We have arrived, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
For another stream. This is... The Imperishable Flame stream has come to us once again.
Once again, you can see their little stream thingamajiggy right there.
This is technically the 4th of the Imperishable Flame streams with more to follow, they said.
With more to follow.
This is a stream of Discord members picking songs and not an alliance, or as Vin put it, the Discord Ronin stream, so to speak.
Discord Ronin clan, yeah.
Do you have that March Madness intro?
Nope. Where is it? Send it to me. Send it to me.
Link was right there for you.
Send it to me.
Copy link address.
So apparently we have a March Madness contest going on. I don't know if you guys know what March Madness is, but it's a pretty interesting, ritual in sports.
So apparently everybody meets up on Discord. So this is another feature of Discord that's pretty cool. You can get to Discord by first joining Patreon, and once you join in, it's $1 a month.
We have some alliance leaders and things like that in the chat right now.
Yep.
So you beautiful people, make yourselves known. So if you want to be part of a Discord or a part of an alliance or whatever, the leaders are here right now. So there you are.
Yeah. So I guess they work this all out on Discord, and I am not a sports person, so I'm going to let Archero explain it to you. He's going to give you guys all the information on that.
Archero is going to give you the skinny. This is what, like the 3rd year?
Yeah.
What happens? Somebody wins a reaction?
Well, there's a couple of different winners, which he'll explain in the video we're about to watch, but one of the top winner gets to have a song reaction. So if you're like, you know what? I can't buy an entire song reaction, but I'm very good at. I think it's about predicting basketball.
Or
I think that's what it has to do with.
If you bought a bunch of song reactions and you're like a hardcore capitalist, you could you could even win the free one.
Right. You're like me. You like coupons. This is like a coupon. Okay. So we got that up.
I'm waiting for it to download, dear.
Yes, exciting. Okay. So in the meantime,
let's do song 1 first.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Perfect. Great minds think alike. Okay, so this one's from Revo. This is a brand new girl group from ADOR, which is under HYBE BTS label. HYBE or Hybe, I don't know, started this ADOR label and has put Min Hye-jin in charge of it. Min Hye-jin got her start in 2002 as a graphic designer for SM, a company that started K-pop, which you reacted to Apsa Girls by them. Hye-jin, as a visual artist, began experimental K-pop concept designs for albums, costumes, and music videos to make them unique and work together. Her creative album packaging designs reversed the trends of declining album sales in the 2000s. Wow. Most noteworthy is the packaging of the FX Pink Tape album 2014, in which the box itself is shaped like a VH tape. It's actually the group with the member I've mentioned before, with a member who committed suicide. Oh, geez, I read that with way too much voice fluctuation. I've mentioned them before, with a member who committed suicide in 2019. Jing left SMENT in 2018 due to mental exhaustion and joined HYBE, who gave her her own label. Since debuting in July, NewJeans have already won numerous awards. Their debut album has sold more physical copies of any K-pop debut album in 26 years. And this song was streamed at #1 on Korean music apps for more hours than any other song in history.
Holy shit. So this is a K-pop record, not a J-pop record. J-pop is Japanese pop. This is K-pop. Because Revo, it's K-pop. I'm sure it's K-pop. Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, it literally just said it.
K is in is from hell.
Wow. Okay.
All right, start from side A and side B.
This music video has two versions, side A and side B. You'll be watching side B. In side A, it makes it clear the girl who is filming NewJeans at her school is seemingly actually filming nothing. These videos have many online interpretations, such as a commentary on parasocial relationships in the internet age, the girls being dead, ghosts, loneliness, and so forth. This song is written by 250 Yelva Dimberg, the black skirt. You want to read those?
By 250 Yeva Dimberg, the Black Skirts, Ohio, and NewJeans member Minji.
Minji told NME that the song is the main image of a winter mountain that felt kind of cold but warm at the same time. So I tried to put some objects inside the mountain, for example, like a treehouse and a campfire. In the interviews, the girls describe the songs as a comforting hug. Their age ranges from 14 to 18. Enjoy. Oh, he told us, because we always say, how old are these people? Thank you, Revo. Okay, let's go. Let's check it out.
Revo gave us all the details, so now you know the context of the song that you're listening to. This is song number 1. It goes by the name of NewJeans by the band Ditto. I think we've got English subs here, maybe, inshallah.
And here's the lyrics, so you can put them
on. All right, guys, here we go. We gotta stop! Alex Hefner's in the house!
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, shout out to Alex Hefner, the current reigning reaction channel in all of YouTubedom.
Yes.
If you are on crack or on drugs or some other horrible circumstance, and you are subscribed to us but not subscribed to Hefner, drop what you're doing right now. Leave our channel.
You've made a mistake.
You've made a grave error.
Yeah, check out his videos. They're very interesting. They're also comical at times, so prepare yourself. Go over there and check them out.
Hefner's, he's the greatest. He's the GOAT reaction channel guy, for sure. He also just got married. Life is going really good for the homie.
Oh, yeah, and he's doing movie reviews, too.
Yeah, we should do some pleasure show.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. All right, you guys, let's check out this song.
All right, we're going right back. I'm sorry, guys. I just hadn't seen.
Luckily, we started on time, so we can interrupt. It's no problem.
We did not start on time at all. Why would you bring that up to these people? All right, we're going to go back now. We're going to go back. Okay, here we go. Ditto, NewJeans, English lyrics on the screen. Pay attention. Let's go.
Stay in the middle, like you a little. Don't want no riddle. 말해줘, say it back, oh say it out. 아침이 너무 멀어서 say it out. 훌쩍 커버렸어, 함께한 기억처럼. 널 보는 내 마음은 어느새 여름 지난 가을 기다렸지. All this time. Do you want somebody like I want somebody? 날 보고 웃었지만 do you think about me now? Yeah, all the time, yeah, all the time. I got no time to lose. 내 길었던 하루 난 보고 싶어. 라따따따 울린 심장.
All the official videos so badass. They're all dancing and shit. 너를 상상했지. 항상 다 있던 처음 느낌 그대로 난 기다렸지. All this time I got nothing to lose. 널 좋아한다고. 라따따따 울린 심장. But I don't want to stay in the middle, like you a little. Don't want no riddle. 말해줘, say it back, oh say it out. 아침이 너무 멀어서 say it out. I don't want to walk in this middle. 다 아는 건 아니어도 바라던 대로. 말해줘, say it back, oh say it out. I want you so say it out.
Wow.
That was something about jeans. What was the name of that band?
NewJeans.
NewJeans. I like their aesthetic. I like the way that they dress. Like if our daughters were gonna be in a band, you want to say hello to the people because I just mentioned our daughters. Come over here.
Say hello.
Come over. Say hello. People haven't seen you in quite some time.
One of those bands you like.
Yeah, one of your K-pop bands. Come down here. Look.
Well, this one wasn't K-pop.
Look at her hair in there.
Oh yeah,
it
scooch
actually
down
looks
so
red.
they can see.
That's badass.
Yeah.
That's what it
Selah-
would look like if you
Selah
were
has
like red instead of carrot.
dispensed with looking like Sori. Now she wants to look like herself.
Yeah, she's not a mini-me anymore, guys. She's her own
Yep,
person.
she's her own one
Apparently,
Yep.
you're your own woman. Okay,
didn't give me
all
hugs
right, give you
today.
a hug. All right, okay, there's the hugs. All right, we love you. Now leave.
Fine.
Leave us.
I'm gonna send you the link to this song so you can rate it.
It's true.
I'm gonna send you the link. You can rate it. Good
It's true.
day.
You're
Thank
unwanted.
you. Yes, you're unwanted.
You're an unwanted child. Good day.
Goodbye. We love you.
Disowned.
Well, I mean, you know why.
Oh
If you
no.
what? You know.
And
And okay, hey, we have returned. All right, guys, that was Ditto, NewJeans. So go back to the summary Revo had for a second.
yep, right here.
So we have, so the person that started this band came up with an entire vision, like because they were a visual artist. So they were they were talking about the packaging, from like the way they packaged the CD to the way the girls were dressed, all that stuff. Revo, do you have a picture of the CD? Remember he said like the way that he packaged the.
Yeah, it came in something. It looked like a tape deck.
Yeah, the Pink Tape album in 2014.
Well, let's just look it up.
So I wonder, like, yeah.
Pink what?
It's like the Pink Tape album, and the name of the band is Ditto. It's fascinating to me, like, with pop music.
Did you put a year in there?
2014. With pop music, the aesthetics are. Yeah. Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah. Copy that. Send that to me.
I'm gonna do this one because it actually shows like it's opened here.
Yeah. See right there.
What a cute idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like.
Yeah. Okay.
That is one of the things, like the digital revolution, because this came out in 2014.
Where's my downloads? What is happening? I'm sorry. When stuff moves around on my
all
computer,
your screenshots go to your downloads files, it's right there, babe. Look,
yeah,
right there.
I know,
Just drag it down in the message.
My little folder. I'm not happy about that. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
I wonder if because they're geared for like the younger crowd. Like, would the younger crowd appreciate it? Because they don't understand like
remember,
a VHS.
2014. It's 2014.
Yeah, but what age group of people are they gearing toward?
If you were a teenager in 2014, that means you were born 95.
You would still have some memories.
Yeah,
of
you
tapes?
would have had memories of VHS tapes and all that for sure. 2014. You're a teenager in 2014. Yeah, that means you were born in like around 2000, right? They still had VHS tapes and shit in the year 2000. What you want?
I guess.
I was still buying bootleg Fear Factory videos well past the year 2000. 2004, 2005.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you put it up there for you guys?
Yeah,
it's
so
pretty cool.
So it looks like that, but it's a CD.
Yeah.
But it looks like a VHS tape. So
yeah, I really liked, like, even what they were wearing, like the way that they were, they had oversized like blazers basically.
Yeah.
With their stockings and stuff. Like, I liked it, and I thought that the visuals, you could take it a lot of different ways. Definitely, we're gonna have to look into the lyrics because I'm not really sure when something goes from English to another language. Like, I think my mind gets lazy. It's hard for me to like really stay right with it to like hear the lyrics because I get following like just the sound of it because I don't understand it, and then it switches to English, but my mind is already on just sounds and it's not like program. I'm not like listening to what the breakdown of the words are. So, but I thought like. This is like one thought I had while I was watching it. There was one scene where she has a cast on her arm and then her friends are painting on it with nail polish. And then the next scene, like it's empty. There's nothing on her cast. And you see her a lot of time, like a couple different times you saw her like sitting in her room. And I'm not sure if the visuals had anything to do with this, but like it was reminding me because I've been doing this Bible study with the girls. And one of the things that we talked about is like anxieties and stuff and how like they're not meant to rule you. Like a lot of people think that oh no, I have this affliction, like I have an anxiety problem, or I'm ADHD, or I'm this or I'm that. Like there's a lot of different problems that people have that if you just know that you have that issue, you can work on it. And it doesn't have to impact your life so drastically. But if you believe that there's no fix for it, and it's just like, oh, this is the cards that you've been given, you'll progressively get to be more so anxious that, shout out to all of our friends that have this, like, and, I hope that you'll be able to get the help to get out of it. But, like, agoraphobia is a real thing. People don't want to leave their house. And that's an extreme version of anxiety and what might happen if you leave the house. The Bible actually talks about like when people it's unwise to be at that point. But anyway,
where are we seeing that?
Well, no, I was just getting it from the visual of like her like with the painting on the cast, but then there's nothing painted on the cast, and then you see everybody outside and like
she's reacting to the music video as well as the lyrics.
Yeah. I don't know what they were trying to communicate because, like I said, we didn't get into the lyrics. But like at that point, I just thought like, yeah, there's so many memories. There's so many things that could happen in a person's life that because of fear or anxiety, like might not. Like for instance, there's so many people in the world and there's so many personality types. And like a lot of times if you just make yourself vulnerable to other people, like you can make friends. And so like to me, that scene was that like, again, I don't know what the song was about, but like that part of it where it was there, but then it wasn't. And everybody was outside and she was at home and their phone was ringing and stuff, like that just kind of like made me think of that, like
the this is one of the things, like, generationally, where there is a difference. Most young people now get their music digitally, right? They'll go to Bandcamp or iTunes. Like, we've got an iTunes subscription, so any song that I like, I just write it down, and then I can just go and get that specific song. I don't even have to deal with the whole album. It's very, very cool. I just put it right on my, I've got my Vin and Sori playlist. So if a song, like, I fall in love with the song, everybody knows I listen to it like 15 million times. So it's so much more efficient.
Yeah.
But when I was listening to the intro where Riva was talking about, this person was a visual artist and all the rest of that stuff, I remember Follow the Leader was the first rock record I ever bought. And Follow the Leader, the animation on the thing was is a comic guy, the same guy who did Spawn. You don't know Spawn.
No, but I'm familiar with the artwork.
Big comic thing, yada yada yada. And so you would open up the book, and there was like this smell because it was just opened up, and then like it's these kids running off this mountain, but then you flip the thing around and it's the band, and they're all like tied up being like silly and weird, and then you had the little thank yous at the end. Like before I even listened to the record, I was hanging out with the package and looking at, like, I would pay really decent money to get that back. To like get that back in a CD. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go to Bull Moose and see if I can
get one.
Buy like a Follow the Leader record. But like, so I can imagine being a fan of this group, or maybe discovering this group as a young kid, and you've got like that cool, packaging and shit. Like, it really stuck with me. It really, really did. And then the next year they did the same thing. So like, that is something that like new people, that this generation of music fans, like,
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
they don't have that experience.
Yeah.
Like, shout out to Tyshawn Jackson. They don't have that. Todd McFarlane or Seth MacFarlane. It was one of those guys. But like, so this band, I can imagine like being a new kid and like, bang, oh man, look at this. This is completely different. I've never seen this kind of packaging before. It was fun. But now as a business person, I understand like it's completely inefficient. Like, I could put out so much music, generate so much revenue, and not have to pay the overhead of the packaging, the shipping, the distribution fees, all that type of shit. And so, like, when you start combining art with capital, I'm not saying capitalism, I'm just saying capital.
I know, it's tough. It's tough.
You're going to default to whatever is going to be most efficient. But I like the song. I like the get up. Their suits, like the clothes, reminded me of Aaliyah. So Aaliyah came on the scene, and for a long time, that was my favorite style. It's like a sporty style. It's like baggy jeans, but then like a midriff shirt. Like it doesn't completely like. I loved that style. Like it was sporty, but it was still feminine.
Aaliyah who? I want to see who you're talking about.
It's Lyah. But anyway, I love that style of dress because it was still feminine, but it wasn't like putting all your junk out there. You see what I'm saying? No, I get you. Which, in Korea, apparently there's still a lot of, I don't want to say judgmentalism or whatever, but it seems to be a little bit oppressive for the young people.
Sounded extremely oppressive.
Like the way that Revo describes it. So it's like, if they're able to, do that, make it successful, they'll give the girls an alternative, like, hey, you don't have to be Cardi B, blah, blah, blah. Like, that shit is real. The song itself seemed to be about, like, what did you think the song was about itself, though?
Well, like I said, I was looking at what I saw from the music video, and I was pulling stuff out of that. So the song to me was, because you kept seeing scenes with friends, and then you kept seeing scenes where she was alone. Yeah. So to me, if I'm going to interpret it artistically and as I experience the song, to me the song was about possibilities. It was about what could be and what won't be if chances are not taken, I guess. Like the phone's ringing. You can answer it or you can not answer it. If you don't answer it, you know what your night consists of. If you answer it, like, yes, you're going to have to be, like I said, if you're somebody who struggles with agoraphobia and the phone rings, that means you might have to push yourself to go out, you know? And it makes me very emotional, like that topic, because you guys know how I feel about people being alone. And like, if you already have that, like to work yourself out of that. Anyway, like, so just seeing this to me, plus when you talk about time and how like time is always moving forward and like you can't get back yesterday or the day before, but tomorrow is essentially ours because anything is possible, you know, within reason. You know, for tomorrow, certainly maybe making some new acquaintances is possible. So like, just I think it also was like, just seeing like them being friends like that, like a whole crew of them.
Yeah.
It made me lonely for like myself, like to have a little crew, you know what I mean? Like there, like a crew of like friends that are there.
Yep.
But also like it made me lonely for everybody else that doesn't, you know.
That was probably the funnest part of like going to Cal. NAM reached out to us again, by the way. They want us to go down there. That was probably the funnest part about LA was running into our folks.
That's the thing, yeah. Like, there's something about being like in the physical vicinity of somebody. You know, like we have these conversations and we love that we can talk to everybody.
Josh and Carmen with us the whole time, start to finish.
It was so
and then we ran into Z and everybody went to Disney World.
Deha. I know I'm missing people.
Deha was like, I'm going to go to your room. We're going to have a big, long discussion about God and blah, 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 blah.
Oh, really?
And Carmen was like, I'm going to be there. That was going to happen, but you got mega sick.
I got so sick on that trip. And I was so pregnant.
Yeah, somebody's making a push to get, remember the little plasma ball back? I think we can make that happen because our commercial format's going to be a little bit different. So I think we can actually make that happen.
What do you mean? The one that's in that drawer?
Yeah.
What was his name? I think
it was Sparky.
Sparky!
I think we called it Sparky. And then people used to say, stop calling your
stop naming inanimate objects. Okay, so let's what did you think the song was about?
No, I was kind of right there with you, and I think the video, because I was, you know me, I was focused on the lyrics, and then halfway through I was like, oh shit, there's a video too.
Yeah.
So I was like, I was getting the same vibe as you, going back and forth between the lyrics and that about being.
Well, it says, do you want somebody? I want somebody.
But, you know, those are like, especially when you're really, really young, like to this point, I really don't understand why we had to play that game when we were in high school. But it was basically like you couldn't tell the girl that you liked her first. She had to tell you. You couldn't pick up the phone on the first. Like when I first got with homegirl R, like I'd pick up the phone immediately. Like, and then my boys was like, yo, you picking up the phone on the first ring? What's wrong with you? I'm like, what you mean? What you want? What happened? And then they explained to me, well, if you put it on like it's a first ring, then it looks like you're waiting for her. And I was like,
but I am waiting.
Well, I was waiting for her.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, but she can't know that. And I was like, what do you mean she can't know? Like, I don't think that she's thinking that. Like, I'm like, well, she picks up on the first ring with me. And if I can ever get home and call her first, because usually, you know, she would call me first, but she tracked how long it took for me to drop her off at co-op and then come back to work. So, like,
I bet.
But it was all these like games that you had to play because it was all power plays and it was all like strategy. It was like watching these reality shows when everybody's like trying to scheme and like, but we were all young. We didn't know what we were doing. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that's like part of it a little bit, like, you know.
Oh, really?
Like, do you feel the same? That type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, felt like that to me.
Yeah. There is something about that. But I will say, I did have friends that if the guy continually answered, this just comes down to what you said, though. There's so much stuff that people will let, if you're actually into the person, then you're going to let the stuff slide over.
100%.
Because if you answered
100%.
On the first ring, I'd be happy about that. You know what I mean? Like if we were dating and you were answering on the first ring, I'd be like, oh my gosh, this says something. But if what's his face that I'm not that into is answering on the first ring, then I'm like, man, this guy is just desperate, man. What does he have, no life? I really think that it's like you say, like if you're into the person, then you're gonna let certain things that you wouldn't let slide otherwise, and you're just gonna be harder on somebody that you're not that much into.
Yeah. Oh, girls. Yeah. Anything, just FYI.
Well, guys are the same way.
FYI, dudes, anything that she says about me, do not take that as, oh, this is how females are. No. This is how females are when they're into a person. When they're not into you, all the shit she just said is gonna get reversed. That's how it goes.
Well, I said that. I said if it wasn't you and the person was answering on the first ring, I might be saying that. I might be like, there's no life or something. I don't know.
Ben goes, noted. Always answer on the fourth ring. Yeah, I was like, okay, so how many rings should I let this shit go to before I,
It was the third ring for us.
Yeah, third ring.
Because if you do 2, it still looks like you just missed.
Still too desperate.
It's too desperate. You got to go for 3. 4, now you're pushing it. Now you're making it look like you don't care.
The song is at 8.8 for me.
This one kind of struck up a lot of emotion for me. I mean,
yeah.
I was fighting it.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it was pretty emotional.
It did, yeah. So, and I think that part of it too is because Revo has been constantly bringing these people like to us and not just bringing their music and saying, hey, like, appreciate their music, but like when I say you've been bringing the hard stuff to us, Revo, about these people, the suicides and the oppression and the different stuff. And so like, I'm like, look at these teenagers, real talk, creating stuff at such young ages to really like, and having to find ways to create music without getting yourself in trouble and, just such a great job that they do. And so, I definitely want to give them their props. I'm going to go with a 9.1 for this, 9.2 for this one for me.
All right. Thank you very much, dear listener. We shall return with more music on the way. Vin out.
Sori out.
Go. Okay, guys, we are coming right back. As parents, will you encourage your kids to avoid the games people play, breaking the trap society sets? Yes.
Yeah, we already do.
We hope to.
Yeah, we already
Hey,
do.
Vlad is here. All my favorite people are here. Holy shit. We shall. Pony's here.
I know. I was like, Pony too.
Chris Alpha Tango is here. Holy shit. All right. We shall return.
8.3 for me, but that's because Gia plays that song a lot. Gia's big time into these
into
crews.
The K-pop crew. Yeah. Our girls are too. Didn't they go through a little K-pop
They were in a... Well, Sayla was in a phase with her cousin there, but I think she still is, but there's a certain K-pop band that she really is into, and I'm not sure what. Strays, I think.
We shall return. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, and shall leave them. What are you laughing
Buy
at?
our merch. Well, sometimes like in the commercial, like sometimes we talk through the whole commercial and then sometimes it's just quiet. You were doing something and then all of a sudden you're like, buy it! It just felt really loud.
Oh my God.
It startled me. All right, 10 years after, I'd love to change the world for our stream tonight. This comment is coming from the big homie Middle. Shout out to Middle. 10 years after, Oh yeah, that's the name of the band. I'm like, the sentence structure makes no sense. 10 years after, hit the radar after a killer set at Woodstock in 1969. Formed in 1966. Their vocalist and guitarist Alvin Lee was named the fastest guitar in the West, and his style was considered to be a precursor to shred style playing that would develop in the 1980s. 10 years after, had success releasing 10 albums together. That's good for them. 10's a popular number for them, I guess.
I see what you did there.
10 years after, had success releasing 10 albums altogether, but by 1973, Lee was feeling limited to the band's style. Moving to Columbia Records had resulted in a radio hit song, I'd Love to Change the World. But Lee preferred blues rock to pop, which the label steered them away from. He left the group after their second album with Columbia. But Lee preferred blues rock to the pop, which the label steered them. Sorry. He left the group after their second album with Columbia. Oh, and now we have the lyrics here, so that's it.
All right, guys.
The lyrics by Alvin Lee. I'm going to send it to you in text form. There you are.
In text form.
All right, you guys. Let's check this one out.
So
10 years after, I'd love to change the world.
I would love to change the world.
Yeah, that's part of why we do what we do.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Turn this up.
Everywhere is freaks and harris, dykes and ferries. Tell me where is sanity? Tax the rich, feed the poor, tell there are no rich no more.
Oh, it's a little progressive.
Yeah.
Population keeps on breeding, nation bleeding, still more feeding economy. Life is funny, skies are sunny, bees make honey, bees money,
I'll relieve you.
Well, we have a few projects we could do with it.
Sorry, guys. I gotta play that part one more time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Play it back.
Where'd they go?
Yeah.
It's hard as fuck.
well, pollution, no solution, institution, electrocution, black and white, rich and poor, criminals, stop the war.
fucking Is this a Revo pick too?
No, middle.
Middle? Shout out to my boy Middle. Let's go. Dude, hombre. That shit was. What's wrong with you?
It would just everything's hitting me emotionally. I don't know what to tell you. Like this.
Oh no.
The idea. Babe, stop. It's impossible.
Dwayne.
I wrote this 10 years after.
Dwayne never says he likes a song ever. All he does is say that he wrote it or the Beatles wrote it.
Right.
When
yeah,
he doesn't,
true. There's three
when,
things
when
we hear
Dwayne
from him.
never, when Dwayne doesn't claim the song, that means he doesn't like that shit. That's what that means, my G.
Yeah, that's true. He'll either do those two things, or the third thing is he tells us. I think either his wife told him it's supper time, or he has to go to bed or something.
Yeah, he always blames his wife.
He always blames his wife. You a grown ass man.
Remember that Beatles night? We started at like 10:45 and shit. His wife mysteriously was okay with him staying up till fucking 2:45.
Oh, okay.
Got to be one of my all-time favorite people on the planet doing that. He's fucking the most consistent.
Absolutely. He's like Reza. He's not going to move his mind on it.
And he still has a 3.5 in his name.
Shout out to 3.5. All right. Yeah, this one hit me a little bit emotionally because, like, the concept. So I was thinking about, like somebody wanting to change the world.
Ian Kirby in the house. Sorry.
Hey!
Ian Kirby. Hey, gang shit. Let's go. I love everybody. Oh, my God. Shout out to Vlad. Fucking 17 pounds in a month. Go ahead, bitch. Keep going, Vlad. Keep going, Vlad.
Yeah.
I'm going to send Vlad a shirt. Because now you're a couple sizes down. I got to send you a shirt, Vlad. I'm going to send you a signed shirt once you hit the 30-pound mark. All right. Let's go.
Okay, so when it was saying, like, I'd love to change the world, but I don't know what to do, so I'll leave it up to you. Like, I was thinking...
That's a good line.
Oh, yeah, that's like... And so, like, a lot of thoughts came in. One was, like, I love the way that you lead our family to create an environment where we can change the world. Like, there's a lot of things that we have done and are doing and are going to do that's going to be world-changing, you know, like, from our, you know...
Yeah.
But then I was thinking about how, like... I was like, oh, I wonder if it's like that for like there are people that jump on our Patreon and they say, hey, I did this because I believe in what you guys are doing and blah blah blah. You know what I mean? So yeah. I'm not going to give everybody's information out publicly.
We need to keep posting updates on the kids that we're all.
That's
supporting.
what I was literally thinking. I was like, I need to post those updates. So anyway,
speaking of changing the world, our patrons, you guys for the last 5 years have been supporting 3 or 4 kids.
4, and that's what made me emotional. Was
3 of them in South America, 1 of them in Africa. And you saved them from either having to work for the cartel or being sex trafficked by the cartel, because once these kids age out of the orphanage or whatever, literally those motherfuckers are outside in cars.
Like literally
They're literally outside. I had a friend.
To come out.
I had a friend. He adopted 2 South American girls. Like within days of the oldest one aging out. Beautiful girl. I think they're like Venezuelan, long dark. I mean, you've seen a couple of pictures of her. I mean, they're unbelievable. And so like they were literally like the vultures were driving around, like checking, waiting to see when she would, you know, whatever. And the orphanage, he didn't come out and say this, but long story short, he basically had to get in there, jam him up, and then fly to the drive crazy to the embassy, because apparently the orphanage was basically working with the cartel.
Jeez.
And there was gonna be some, you know, exchange of whatever. Like, yeah, so it was just crazy. But my point is, like, those are the people that our patrons are helping.
Right, that's what I was gonna say was like, wow, like for me it was like a moment of, because obviously like you're the leader of this family, like our physical family.
Give me a second. Pony, if you find something where we can get a Native American child or a Native family, we will absolutely do that. 100%. 100%. So get me one. You know how to reach me. Get me one and we'll do it. And I'm sure our patrons will be happy to take part in that as well. So, yeah. But shout out to our patrons. You know, people say whatever they want about metalheads, about atheists, about, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We came from a background where, like, the world was doomed without us because everybody's horrible and whatever. And we were not told.
Wait, the people, what?
We were not told that God was operating in the minds and hearts of unbelievers also to make the world a better place. We were not raised with that idea.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to somebody one time and they were like, why should I become a Christian? And I was like, well, it's going to make you a good person. This was a long time ago. I was like, it's going to make you a good person. They're like, I'm already a good person. And on top of that, my mother already donates more food and money to whatever. And I agree with what she does and I'm going to participate in that. So what do you mean I'm not a good person?
100%.
I was like,
100%. Like,
it took about 5 or 6 years later when I talked to you about it.
That's what happens when you make the message about being a good person or a bad person or whatever. Like, it's not about that. It's about, do you have loyalty? That's why I love the way Michael Heiser talked about it. He defined it as believing loyalty to Yahweh. That's what saving faith is. It's
believing loyalty?
Believing loyalty to Yahweh. Right. Because you don't see him. So there has to be an element of faith. Without faith, it's impossible to please God. Mm-hmm. And his issue is, are you loyal to Yahweh? Which is very interesting, considering if you sin every day, how loyal are you? But what he's talking about is like the Peter thing. You know all things, you know that I love you. Like, you make mistakes, but Peter was all in with Jesus, right? And so that's the differentiator. It's not whether you're a good or a bad person, like because those things are subjective to our experience. But it was funny because I'm currently in this. We started a new channel with one of my atheist buddies. It's called God's Atheist Experiment. And we just go through the big questions together.
It's a really good, it's on YouTube. It's a really good channel.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. I'll get it to you guys if you want it. But, you know, that's
the conversations are really good. Especially if you were like a Bible boogie person and you're like, want that. I'm not saying it's the same as Bible boogie because it's not. But it definitely has a lot of those elements of learning in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So anyway, so it made me emotional because I was like looking at that part of the song and I was thinking about how your leadership of this family to get us all to a place where we're able to, I mean, our kids were going to a pro-life conference that we had nothing to do with. Yeah. And they wanted to go rally and stuff. Literally, we had nothing to do. We never said a word about that. They planned it. They booked rides over there. They
had no idea what they were doing.
They planned the entire thing. Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we're gonna do some thing. Blah blah blah. Yeah, good for you.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So I was just like, wow, that's so cool that like you've set our family up that we're able to participate in the changing of the world. But then at the same time, like your leadership is so strong that now we've got this channel, and then it opens it up to our patrons, like for them to be able, because like you said, for the past 5 years. I got that one kid. All the other kids that we got were from you. Yeah, but what I'm saying is it started with your leadership of this family, like setting this up, like for us to be. So anyway, so then like our patrons, anybody that's been doing anything on Patreon for the past X amount of years has been participating in helping keep these 4 kids off the streets. But you're right. I should post up some updates they can see. They send you pictures of them as they're growing and stuff, letters from them and different things like that. Like you can't send them gifts because I think it causes issues within the community. Like if you send one kid something, the other ones don't get it. So, but they get them birthday presents and Christmas presents, which you take care of, which our community has participated in all of that. So anyway, I was just like, it made me emotional to think, wow, there's a whole bunch of people that we don't really, because we have patrons that they don't even talk. They don't talk to me, and so you get traction on Patreon when you talk. Like if you talk to me, I'm going to respond to you. But
yeah, you've had years-long conversations with folks.
Yeah, it just depends. Like I'm going to talk. But if people are quiet relatively, then you know the people that are talking are going to get the most conversation. But anyway, the point being is that we have this opportunity, and now like even other people are able to help the world change because of your leadership in this family. And I just thought that was really crazy because we've got people all over the world that are patrons of ours that are helping support these kids to keep them out of sex trafficking, and people we don't even know are participating. Like most of our patrons We've never met most of them.
We were in a church for, what, 2.5, 3 years? And the lead guy was the one that was fitting the bill for everything. Nobody,
I know, yeah.
Nobody gave it was like a dime. Nobody gave a dime. We'd go in there and like people would be like, shit, man, it's cold in here. They'd be like, we need some oil. They'd come to homeboy and be like, hey, we need oil. It's like, that's $1,000.
It was $1,000 every time. And you know who they would send? Yours truly had to be the one asking for this every time. I hated it. I had to go to the guy and be like, we're having a situation with the oil. He'd take out his checkbook. He'd write $1,000 check. It was very uncomfortable.
Yeah. And nobody gave a dime. Here, we say somebody's in trouble. Like, every single time we've said somebody's in trouble, somebody died, one of our guys died of COVID, people helped the funeral expenses. We've helped so many moms with baby registries on top of the Patreon stuff. So, like, that's how we change.
Yeah.
Like, so my point is, when he talks about changing the world, like, the internet is such a, I mean, it just pulls humanity in all these different directions, and it's such a crazy tool that we can use to help each other. Like, I forgot what it was, but there was a GoFundMe, somebody needed heart surgery, something like that, and like we got it done in like 2 days, and everybody was spiking the football, and of course people are going to come back and say, yeah, the government should be doing this. Like, this is horrible when people have to come together and do this because we're so fucked up. You see what I'm saying? And the government should be doing this. And then you go, yeah, the government should be doing this. But then the libertarians say, well, you know, if people were not taxed with all this extra shit, like Vin, you got to pay school taxes. Your kids don't go to school. You're helping to pay for $100 billion in the war in Ukraine. You don't agree with that. So what if the government took all the money that was actually yours? How much more people would you help? So that's the other argument. The other argument is,
that's true, because the government takes our money and puts it
out of all
of
our money, and they're taking our money, and 90% of the shit that they put the money into, we don't support.
Right? Yeah. I don't want another dime going to Ukraine for war.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
are you serious?
Yeah, like,
we got moms that are struggling to feed their babies. I see the posts all the time. I'm in a lot of forums for moms.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of fucking posts of people not having the money to be able to
Especially
afford.
now.
To afford stuff. You know?
Yeah. So, like, I'd love to be able to have, like, that extra scratch. And then but of course, the response is going to be, well, yeah, you would do that and the people that did the GoFundMe, but everybody would keep it for themselves and then we'd be in a bad situation. So, like, when you hear, like, if you look at lines like this where it's like, tax the rich, feed the poor till there are no rich no more, for example.
Yeah.
I'm always uncomfortable with statements like that. Mm-hmm. One of the reasons I'm uncomfortable with statements like that is because how do you plan on extracting people's riches to the point where they're no longer rich? How do you plan on doing that? Number two, who determines what rich is? Number three, because the people that say that, they always exclude themselves. Perfect example would be my boy Bernie Sanders. When Bernie was campaigning in 2016, he would say, do you want 1% of all of our capital to go to the millionaires and the billionaires? Or maybe we should redistribute that so the common man... And everybody's like, yeah! And then Bernie blew up into a megastar in 2016, started writing books. And then the next time he started campaigning 4 years later, he's like, do you want the billionaires to cover everything? So first the millionaires and the billionaires were the bad guy.
Wait, did you get a pay increase and now you're a millionaire?
Then he became a megastar and now he's a millionaire. So now it's the billionaires who are bad.
Yeah.
And whoever hits the first trillion, he's going to be the bad guy and the billionaires are going to be okay. Mm-hmm. So it's like...
But this is just pushing the problem out to everybody else, so then we're not doing something personally, which obviously is a problem.
That's the thing. Is like Bernie's kind of like a messianic figure, but then 2020 kind of exposed him a little bit. He's got multiple houses, which is fine. In my view, he earned that money, but at the same time, it doesn't matter, dude. Like you were saying that you were putting yourself out as a common man. So when you have two houses and millions of dollars now, you don't look like it's not the same thing. But that's why I say it's like, oh, okay, so now that Bernie's a millionaire, being a millionaire is not a problem. Now we need to go after the billionaires. It's like, And then for any American to talk about taxing the rich and things like that, sorry, like I've said this a million times. I've been in a homeless shelter, like no place to live, and I still lived like a king. Relatively speaking, I was warm in the winter.
To the world, yeah.
The Jewish people got us Christmas
you got
presents.
gifts,
Them Jewish people opened that
You
synagogue.
weren't separated from your mother like those poor children.
They
in the
cleared
lines.
out the little area where they all sit and preach and sing. They cleared it out. They just let us run roughshod over there on Christmas. Like I lived like a king. So what do you mean tax it? Could we do that on a global level? So like let's level it out so that Americans live like people.
Hey, plug your thing.
Plug what thing?
Your computer.
Like do Americans want to how far do you want to carry that tax to rich stuff? Like it seems to me that people only want to apply it to people that are not in their circumstance.
Right.
Because like, do you want to tax rich countries and level out the riches per country so that you and a person in Guatemala has the same quality of life? I don't think most Americans want any part of that.
Right.
So
right.
It to me, like it comes. I've never heard anybody say that. Like, yo, I want my standard of living to go down dramatically so that everybody else can have their standard. Because if we're living up here, right, and somebody in Guatemala is living down here, right? If we balance everything out, it's gonna be something like this. And no American wants to live that way. I mean, Americans for good night. I mean, the water's too cold in the shower. We got a lawsuit on your hands. So. Like, that's why I'm like, yeah, what does that mean, man? I just got done a conversation with a dude about this. And he was like, oh, you're just saying that because you're about to be blah, 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 blah. But I've been saying this for years, even well before we started our business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, like, I totally hear what you're saying, and I agree with that. And I think that, again, it's just one of those things, we've said it before, where people would rather put the onus on somebody else. They should be doing something so you don't have to make any changes in your life. It doesn't, there's a lot of opportunities if you want to give. There's so many opportunities. Like, you go to McDonald's, they still have that Ronald McDonald little chute that you can throw your coins in. Like, some places even still have that, depending on where you're living. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be hundreds of dollars that people are giving to help humanity, but you should be doing something. If you don't know how to change the world, do something. Even if it's, most people have homeless people in your city. Put a friggin' $5 bill in your pocket, or if you can't afford $5, do a $1. Do something. And yes, maybe that homeless person is going to take that money and they're going to waste it on something. That's true. But they might really need that money, and you might have overlooked a need because you had whatever to say about it or feel about it. But
everybody needs and wastes money in America, though.
This is true.
So, like, why does a homeless person get held to this ridiculous standard? All of us waste money.
The reason the homeless person is getting held to that standard is because the homeless person didn't technically work for that money. Like, I understand standing on the side of the road, holding a sign in the bitter cold and the rain and all that stuff, that's work. You're choosing the type of work that, that you're doing, whether it's on the side of the whatever.
I don't know who Matthew Morey's talking to, but I've been to a lot of countries outside the United States.
I've also been outside of the U.S.
Unfortunately for them. But so I'm not sure what you're talking about. It's not wrong to talk about God and class warfare, because the Bible talks about class warfare. And it's never on the side of the powerful. Never. The scripture says, the poor you shall always have among you, so open your hands wide to the poor, and do not despise your brother in your heart. So, look, man, at the end of the day, everything is about a clash of worldviews. Like, that's what people don't understand, that when they're operating from a worldview with certain assumptions. Okay, so for example, you'll have a leftist say, you can't impose your morality onto me. Then in the same breath, they will advocate for Medicare for all, which is literally an imposition of a moral principle onto the entire country. Because what you're saying is, it is unfair that it is immoral that a person should die of diabetes, which is treatable, just because they don't have enough capital. You have the capital. We're going to take it from you and give it to that guy, which I 100,000,000% support. But that is an imposition of morality onto the country.
Yeah, it is.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, all of these things are clashes of worldviews, but a lot of us don't understand it. A lot of us don't understand that what's happening in a democracy, in an autocracy, whatever cracy you want to call it, is there are groups of people that have a certain worldview and a vision of the world and certain assumptions that they want to impose on the country over and against other people. You have to understand that.
Right, yeah.
And most people in our generation do not understand that. And that's why they make certain arguments. They'll say things like, you can't tell me what to do with my body. Ridiculous. The speed limit tells you what to do with your body. There's literally thousands of laws on the books that regulate what you can do with your body.
Most of them have to do with what you can and can't do with your own body.
Correct. So like, even like hacking and computer crimes and things like that, you're not doing that telepathically.
Right. And the reason that we have our laws is so that way we can protect society and we can have a healthier society. I mean, that's the goal of laws. So the idea that we could do something like, I mean, were you bringing up abortion as your thing, like putting on somebody else's body? Is that where you were going?
Well, there was abortion, and then there was the COVID thing with the vaccine, which again illustrated the worldview thing, right? Because the people who were saying "my body, my choice" a year ago were trying to tell everybody that they have to get vaccinated, and if you don't get vaccinated, we're going to triage you and you're not going to get the help in the hospital.
Right.
You had Michael Moore saying, look, we're not going to have enough vaccines, so what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to ask people if they believe in evolution, and if they don't believe in evolution, they shouldn't get a vaccine.
What?
Yeah.
Who's Michael Moore?
Michael Moore, yeah, because he hates.
How seriously does anybody take him?
He's pretty influential. He's very influential. I mean, he predicted the first Trump victory. I mean, he's the one that called out Obama with the Flint situation. He's the one that called out the healthcare situation before Bernie. He did a documentary called Sicko. I mean, but like that tells you like this is. But it's fascinating because you listen to him talk in other situations. He's very mild mannered, but then the mask comes off and he's an extremely hateful person. I'm like, yo, this dude hates us, bro. Like he literally hates us. Like that is his test was evolution and abortion. So if you were pro-life and if you didn't believe in evolution, according to Michael Moore, you shouldn't get the vaccine. It's like, wow, okay. So that's why it's so difficult to change the world, because a lot of us don't understand that we're all operating from a worldview. And all of us are trying to impose our philosophy of how the world should be onto our country. That's what you do when you vote.
Yeah.
You're trying to impose your understanding, and your hope is that other people want the same imposition that you do.
That guy's crazy.
So we have to, but that's not wrong. That's not wrong.
No. What
as
he
long
said,
as you're
I think that's crazy what he said.
as long as you're imposing something right, and that's where I say secularism completely falls apart, because you have no standard. Even if you say, well, no, human well-being is my standard. I've asked so many of my secularist friends this. Who determines what well-being is?
Right.
Is it the heroin addict or the DEA agent? Is it the man buying the child or the special victims unit captain? Who determines what harm is? Okay? You got people in Canada right now that are getting euthanized because they have bipolar disorder. So secularism cannot, and I'm not saying this to diss secularism, because I just said that there are a lot of secular atheists who are very, very generous people. But as an overarching philosophy, secularism cannot get us to any sort of utopian existence, because there's no definition for what utopia is. Because there's no ultimate standard in a secularist worldview. There isn't. So even if you try to go let's reduce human harm route, I'm sorry, but those people just killed this bipolar kid because he was harmed. And now we took him out of his misery. You know, this is a guy, his family called and sent him over there as an emergency.
No.
And then they fucking killed him. No. Yeah. And we talked about this. We did a euthanasia show way back, like 4 or 5 years ago. And I said, this is not going to stay with terminally ill people. There's no way it's going to stay that way. It's just like they said with abortion. Oh, it's a couple of cells, safe, legal, and rare. And now we're hacking babies to death and fucking full-term babies to death over there. So, like,
remember,
it's insane.
Jason, the one we had the red shirt for? That was essentially what happened to him. Like his parents, I mean, not the same thing, but like his parents called to help him.
No, that's
and
different.
Then stuff
That's
on
a freak situation where you say, look, drive him to the hospital yourself. Don't call the cops. But what happened is they drove the kid to the hospital. And
What the fuck? How can they do that? How is that not murder?
Because he was of age. He was like 25 years old.
And he wanted to?
And they were like, they keep giving these people this option. There was another one.
What
was another guy.
What is it, the DSMR or something? Like,
that's Canada. Canada, they're not
They don't
American.
believe in that?
Well, no, they did the DSM-5. Yeah, they know it's a diagnosable issue.
Yeah, but if it's a
But again, there's no standard in secularism. This is what I'm saying.
Come on,
like, don't be angry. Like, I'm not dissing you. If you have a secularist worldview, I'm not dissing you. I'm just telling you the raw, brute fact. You have no a standard for objective morality, and you have no standard for what harm actually is. You can't define what harm is because you don't know how to treat a human being.
Right.
Because there's nothing really significant about a human being.
That's true.
So now they even have one
worldview.
They even made a recommendation. I posted this yesterday where a mature minor, which they never defined, should be able to be euthanized without their parents' consent. A mature minor.
Who are these people?
This is Canada.
What do you mean? Who's speaking for Canada?
These are the people that run that program, the MAID program. It's MAID. I don't know what it exactly stands for, but yeah, man, this shit is crazy. But remember, but here's the thing. It makes sense it's in Canada.
God, I can't tell you how angry I am. How old was this boy?
It makes sense about Canada, though, because Canada has no gestational limits of abortion. Remember, it was Canada. Right. It was Canada where the girl delivered the full Katrina
and they just said it was
full-term baby was delivered.
Abortion,
she
basically
strangled the baby to death, threw him over the fence, and went to the prom. She got discovered. No fucking prison time because the judge basically said, yeah, it's tough for the baby, but we also have to think about how difficult it is for the mom, and plus we don't have gestational limits in Canada. Okay, so then I've told people this for years. People, that's a slippery slope argument. No, it's studying history. I'm not saying you're automatically bad if you're a secularist. What I'm saying is the secularist worldview is ultimately going to create a society that is destructive and is a pro-death society. And people are so, that's why I told people, I said, listen, when we overcome abortion in America, something else is coming. And I told everybody that. And I said, when they start coming after you because you're fucking 80 years old and you're now just a burden to society, they literally said that to the guy. There's this one woman that said, I'm a burden to society, so I'm selecting this maid thing. She literally said that.
That's so sad.
Yeah, and then there was another guy who,
and instead of saying,
there was another guy in a bad situation, and he was going for help or something in Canada's healthcare system, and they put that as an option for him. They're like, well, we can't help you with this, but hey, we have these services.
Serious?
Yeah, deadass. I didn't believe that, so I went and looked it up. Yeah, shit is incredible.
What an evil batch of people.
Yeah, again, it's relative in a secular worldview. It's not in a Christian worldview. In a Christian worldview, we tell a person with bipolar, you're still worth being here.
Yeah, because you are made in the image and likeness of God. Correct. So the fact that you were born gives you your value. Not by what you accomplished during your life.
Correct.
Anything that you accomplish for any sort of good is just like, oh, cool, God gifted you so you could do that. So that's great, but you have value apart from all of that. You were born. You were born and God gave you life. You have value from that point. This is outlandish.
The people that support this practice don't believe that the sword is going to get turned on them. They don't believe the sword is going to get turned on them. It absolutely will. You wait. The only people that are going to be willing to defend your 70-year-old ass when you can't do anything and you're just a drain and a burden on society, the only people that are going to be defending you are the people that were defending the babies.
Right. Right.
The only people that are going to be not minding their own business when that shit goes down is the people that are not minding their business fucking now.
Right. So our kids going to the pro-life thing, they'll be
fighting for you.
They'll be fighting for you.
Yeah. It's already it's unbelievable to me that people can't see.
If we called up our 4 older kids right now and asked them what they thought about that, you guys would see some shit. That's insane. I'm so heartbroken for that family who now doesn't have their kids because, that's the thing. Like, anytime somebody has...
Yeah, Delaney, that's what happens when you spend generations devaluing human life. Canada has no gestational limits on abortion. So why should the 80-year-old guy get any...
And to be honest with you, the way that they were treating those people, those truckers, just like shutting down their bank accounts and stuff like that, like the way that they, like people, it doesn't seem like that people have their
secularism
own...
is always going to devolve into fascism.
Yeah,
always,
that's what it seems. Yeah, exactly.
Because they have no standard for freedom. That's what I'm saying. None of these terms, rights, freedom, life, Value, none of these terms mean anything in a secularist worldview. I'm sorry, but it's just true. It's true. And that's the reason we were getting away with massacring all these babies. But now it didn't stop there. Because as the scripture says, those who hate me love death. People who hate God love death. So while it is true that my secularist friends have a lot of God's grace inside of them, their worldview is fundamentally a worldview that's ultimately going to end in death. And that's what you're seeing in Canada. And that's what you're seeing in these sort of progressive European countries. When we talked about the euthanasia, and the people that were doing most of the euthanasia were elderly women who were lonely. Those were the people that were select. They didn't have terminal illnesses. That's how it starts. Oh, it's a terminal illness. That's the same thing they did with abortion. Oh, no. We're just doing it to life of the mother. Like, that's what you hear. And everybody knows that life of the mother is like 0.005% of the reasons abortions happen. So what do you think is going to happen here? Especially when you combine that, with socialized medicine. What do you think is going to happen? So
it's not going to be free to do that.
So I understand that this dude doesn't know how to change the world in a positive direction because he has no standard to attain to. There's no way to go. It's just everybody's silly opinion. And it just turns out that the people who are powerful are the ones that get to make the policy. So it's not like we're involving babies in pro-life or pro-choice legislation. And trust me, when you hit about 75, I mean, people think it's bad here. We're talking about cutting Social Security. You watch Canada and Europe in about 10 years. You watch. If they keep going down this trajectory, you watch. It's going to be the giver all over again. You're going to hit a certain age, and if you don't have a certain type of monetary value and you're just a drain on culture, they're going to find a way to systemically get rid of you. Watch. I'm telling you.
100%.
Shit is incredible.
100%.
It's absolutely incredible. No, Vlad, there's a lot of gray for people who want there to be gray. We actually do live in a black and white world, actually. It just starts getting gray when people want to do evil shit to each other. Oh, Negroes are human, but it's not as black and white as you think it is. I mean, they're human, but they're not really human. Haven't you seen the most recent science? Jews are human, but look what they did us in the tree. It's not really the same thing. Nah, bro. Nah. But again, I agree. In a secularist world, the shit is very gray. And there's no real way to protect anyone in a secularist worldview. None. It's just a tyranny of majority in secularism. So,
wow.
Like I said, we can change the world, but we've got to be serious about shit. We got to be really, really serious about it, and we've got to think rationally. And if you don't have an objective standard as to what good and bad is, then what are you changing the world to? It's a serious question. If there's no objective standard of what good and bad is, if there's no black and white, there's no morality, everything is just relative, then what the fuck are you changing the world to then?
Exactly.
So then it just becomes who's more powerful. So whoever has the most power, their silly idea of what what a good world is going to happen. So Bill Gates, secularist, Elon Musk, secularist, Zuckerberg, secularist. What are they doing? Well, their world is a world where their worldview is imposed on everybody, and they silence everybody who doesn't go along with their worldview, because that's a perfect world for them. I mean, there's no way around it. I mean, this is where we're at. So, doesn't mean I don't like obviously the secularists I love on this channel, but it's a worldview that's doomed to destruction. It's going to cannibalize itself.
I mean, no offense, but good. I mean, we got to dispense with these ideas that are just killing people like that. This is insane to me, and I don't even know how to move past that bit of information, because at the end of the day, those parents, they called to get them help, and now they don't have their boy. Oh.
Look, here's Vlad. I'm going to jump on this, and then we're going to get out of this because we got more songs to do. Okay, so he says, fine, since lying is a sin, I'd hope you'd give up the Jews to the SS. No, Vlad, that's different, right? No, Vlad, because what we are told is that there are degrees of sin and degrees of goodness of commandments. Jesus told us that the greatest commandment was A, to love God, and the next one is like it, love your neighbor as yourself.
Yep.
So this is not situational ethics. In every situation, whether you're dealing with a homeless person, a Nazi, a Jew, the initial question is, what is the most loving thing to do in the moment? Mm-hmm. That Nazi, if he grabs that Jewish person, is going to have to answer to a severe God who is severely angry at him.
Yep.
So me not allowing him to take that Jew protects that Nazi from himself and from the God who loves that Jewish person. Mm-hmm. Okay?
Facts.
If I hide that Jewish person, I am protecting them from a certain death a horrible death in a concentration camp. I'm protecting someone God loved. So our morality is still ultimately objective because what we're talking about is loving our neighbor as self. Good question, but it just doesn't work. But see, again, this is what happens. And secondly, Vlad, here's the other thing. We have a biblical example where a person was commended for doing so. Okay? That was Rahab. I
was going to say.
Where she hid the spies. The spies went north, and she told the bad guys they went south. And in Hebrews 11, she's congratulated for it. Why? Go ahead.
She was a prostitute, and she was used by God in that situation because she protected God's people and she lied to the people that were coming to get them. So they were coming to get them to kill them, and she lied and said that they were gone and covered them in her home and stuff. She was commended for that, and her whole household were saved.
Those are not. No, that's not gray. That's not gray because it's still a black and white issue. Do you love that Jew and do you love that Nazi? That's black and white. That's not gray, Vlad. What Jesus said was that there are weightier matters of the law. There's some laws that are weightier than others because they're closer to the proximity of the principle of love versus others, Vlad. Okay? So your worldview and every secularist, you guys do not have an objective standard for any of this stuff. You don't have an objective standard for what love means. You have no objective standard for human value. You have no objective standard for morality. And so when you try to change the world, all you can do is sort of this solistic thing where your vision of the world is imposed on everybody else. So I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. And that's why we're in the situation we're in right now. Like, people are crazy right now. It's because secularism is completely failing. And the reason that we're seeing it happen in real time now is because we have the internet. So now we get to see this shit happen in real time.
Right. It's like
if this was 20 years ago, NBC would be able to curate what we saw and what we didn't see. Now we're seeing these Canadians are fucking massacring their own people because they're no longer beneficial to society.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
All right, guys. Good question. Good discussion.
What do you say? The crazies are running the asylum? Like, what is happening in Canada? What the... Okay.
Look, it's logically consistent. I called it years ago.
Yeah, you did.
I called it years ago, and it's not because I'm a prophet. It's because...
Unbelievable.
All you have to do...
said that was...
Listen, all you have to do is study human history. It's all you have to do.
I thought that you were probably right, but this is outlandish. This is beyond even what I thought. Like I thought it was going to be like 20% less than maybe what you were predicting. This is worse.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. This is almost exactly right.
It's happening quicker than I thought it would. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to happen this quickly, but, you know. And you know, and
you did. You said
Trudeau,
all of it. You said
Trudeau,
that the mental illness,
Trudeau walks around like he's some, nice guy or whatever, but the guy's a complete authoritarian, fascistic, murderous motherfucker. He's racist as fuck too. He had 2 instances where he's walking around in blackface, but you know how it should go. They can't be consistent with that stuff. They like it. They only use a race thing to beat on Republicans. They're just as racist as everybody else.
It works. Unbelievable.
All right. Yes,
right
I will read the post. R.I.P. secularism. Holy shit. R.I.P. secularism. Let me see this post here. Even though I'm pagan and Wiccan and our faiths are different, if I called Vin and told him I was struggling again after 11 years, I know for a fact he and Sori would be with me. Yeah, for sure. We got your back 100%. You know that. Yeah, all right, guys. I really love this song. Very light topics.
9.8 for me.
Very light topics for sure. 9. I dislike all politicians. I liked Bernie. I really, really, really liked Bernie. I just wish he would have stayed the course. I know. But he's a secularist. They can't.
What can he do?
Shout out to my secularist friends. I just don't care. I don't care.
Unbelievable.
9.8 for me as well. We shall return. The night has just begun, dear listener. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. All right, guys. We shall return. Turn. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at vinsori@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Wait, we still have to wait for him to
merch.
Buy merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
to buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of a very non-controversial stream. Go ahead.
Jon Olivia's Pain Through the Eyes of the King is up next. This is for the big homie Mojo. Olivia's Pain is another Jon Olivia side project. This is comments from Mojo, obviously. There are a few. Wait, there are a few side projects, not comments. In the early 2000s, the Trans-Siberian Orchestra was becoming...
Oh, go ahead. That last guy that we listened to was the Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
The Trans-Siberian Orchestra was becoming much more successful, and in the process of going from a small theater show to a full-blown arena act with all the bells and whistles that entailed. The more successful TSO became, the less sense it made financially to keep Savatage going. Jon put together a small band with the intent of continuing to write original music that didn't fit the TSO or Savatage mold. Instead, he went back to his influences, which were comprised of the Beatles, and a lot more progressive bands from the 70s. Dwayne just left. he was here and he just had left. One mention of them and he missed it. Thank you so much. Just said it right. Perfect. Thank you very much. All right. Snippets of bands like Queen, Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, and even Rush can be heard on songs recorded at this time. Through the Eyes of the King is a song off J.O.P.'s second release, Maniacal Renderings, in 2006. This song doesn't get too deep into progressive waters, but the influence is certainly there. For the most part, it's just a straightforward metal tune. If you take the lyrics at face value, Jon is almost certainly singing them from the point of view of God. However, Jon earned the moniker the Mountain King after Savatage's 1987 release, The Hall of the Mountain King. I think Jon is having a little more fun here, going back and forth between how his alter ego sees the world and how God sees it. Particularly when he sings, "Look What I See" lyrics. This is so interesting. Because the song we just had and then this one, it's like, did you guys plan this?
I know.
Or did you guys all just pick your songs and throw the stream together and it happened to work like this?
That's such an interesting coincidence.
Yeah, particularly when he sings "Look What I See" lyrics. What is this he sees all throughout history? He has been watching over the lands, now he just sees tragedy. All the world's misery are as plain as the lines on his hands. What is this that I see through the eyes of the king? Still sits upon his... Wait a minute. Is this the lyrics now? Kind of seems like that's the lyrics, huh?
I don't think so.
Okay. Still sits upon his throne, guarded by walls of stone. Through the years, he surely has grieved.
I think you're right. Because he goes... Yeah, it says lyrics right there. Okay. So... Get those lyrics to me, por favor.
Okay, there it is.
All right.
I see. Yep.
So we're ready.
Yep.
Okay, here we go, guys.
So interesting.
The name of this song is actually we're not gonna do the song yet. I want you guys to check this out. It is currently March.
Oh, I was gonna say, can you do the March Madness?
When March occurs, we're going to have some March Madness. So here we go, guys. Here's the March Madness commercial. Check it out.
Hey villagers, this is Archero, and it is March Madness time once again.
Why is
We do this as
Archero
an
like
annual
this? Is that on purpose or?
No, that's not how it is in the original. I clicked on it and didn't see it like that.
What happened, Archero?
Let me just.
This is a comedy of errors. Errors, I say.
Yeah, look. See, the original's like this, babe.
Yeah, I don't know why it's saved. Send it to me again. I'll try it again.
Okay, so we're gonna do that next.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, here you go.
Yeah, I'm pretty well read on this stuff. Okay, here we go. I'm not certain what exactly you're saying, Maury, because I'm very familiar with the concept of war being a racket, and I'm also very familiar with certain organizations and what they do in other countries. Okay, here we go. Check this out, guys. Here is the one and only Archero.
Hey villagers, this is Archero, and it is March Madness time once again. We do this as an annual fundraiser to help out other villagers who have fallen on hard times. It is a contest that's based on the NCAA basketball tournament. What you do is you fill out a bracket on ESPN, choosing for each matchup of all the games all the way through the national championship game, who you think might win each game. The highest scoring bracket will win a free song reaction from Vin and Sori. Now, to participate in this, there's a minimum of $1 donation, and you'll find our GoFundMe page. If you just search on Google for Vin and Sori GoFundMe, you will find it. Make a donation there. If you can give more than $1, we encourage you to, since this is going to help out our fellow villagers. Once you make your donation, then send an email to me at vinandSoriMarchMadness@gmail.com. I will send you a link to where all of the village brackets are, and you'll be able to participate there. Now you can start filling out your brackets on Selection Sunday, which is March the 12th. And then you'll have until the morning of March 16th when the first basketball game starts to have completed your bracket. We have so much fun with this every year, and we really look forward to seeing you guys there.
All right, that was Archero. We do that every year, as we talked about. Our community is a very, very giving community. We, by the way, did not create this thing to help people.
As a matter of fact, we have nothing to do with it.
The villagers did. We're definitely going to contribute.
Yeah, but they run the whole thing start to finish.
Reach out to Archero, because I want to see if we could do, like, you know how they do those matching funds thing? So if, like, they raise $100, we put $100 in there.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah. So
Archero.
reach out to Archero. Is he here?
I don't know. I just assumed he was.
Yeah,
but there's so many people here that...
Yeah.
I'll definitely reach out to him.
A lot of folks having a hard time.
So that's a yes. We're going to do that. Whatever comes in on that, we're going to match it.
Well, I don't know.
Is that what you said?
They bring in like $4,000.
Oh, well, this is how it works. You got to say an amount. We'll match up to X 100.
Well, let's talk to Archero, and then we'll run the commercial again. Then
we'll
talk about it again.
Okay, we'll get back to you.
We are kind of in the early stages of a business that we're pouring thousands of dollars a day into.
That's so true. That's so true. That's so true. Okay. So Archero, we'll talk. All right, ready to do the song?
You know, Vlad, sometimes you just disappoint me. There's absolutely a definition of secularism, Vlad. You're killing me. The principle of separation of the state from religious institutions. That's secularism. Okay? It's having a state that has absolutely no religious influence at all. Okay? Most of the time, secularism gets combined with humanism so that you can have sort of a Christianity light L. So I don't mean non-Christian. I mean non-religious when I say secular. Okay.
Oh, that's a good distinction.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I think Sharia has some issues. Mm-hmm. But I think it's closer to being more humane than secularism. Good night. All right.
It depends on which topic, I guess.
The Muslims aren't hacking up babies every day or getting rid of old people or depressed people or sick people. Muslims aren't doing that. They
mutilate women.
That's not Islam. That's not in the Sharia.
Oh.
Muhammad never commanded that. Never.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's true.
You get punished severely for doing that in Islam.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Strike that from the record.
Strike that from the... All right. Can we go to the song now? What's the name of the song?
I've been waiting. The name of the song is Jon Olivia's Pain is the Band. Through the Eyes the King is the name of the song.
Okay, perfect. Because that's the one I have. All right, let's do it.
of the king.
Woo! I haven't heard a good metal riff in a while.
Still sits upon his throne, guarded by walls of stone. Through the years, he surely has grieved at what the world has done and poisoned everyone. He sees things he just can't believe. What's this I see? Through the eyes of the king, yeah. Through the eyes of the king, yeah. Through the eyes of the king, yeah.
You know, people say epic. Harmonization's crazy. These all the same.
Yeah, I just broke it up for the easy listening.
What year is this?
He looks for reasons why pain fills his eyes. We can't hide from our destiny. We face judgment day. We doom humanity. Is it time for us all to be saved? Yeah, yeah. What's this I see?
Man, I don't know.
Through the eyes of the king.
I like this.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. 2006. Random person goes,
Stubbed
"He
his
stubbed
toe.
his toe."
I saw that too. Because he was at the end. Oh, wow. You put a real twist on that. I like this one.
That's so bad.
I really think that I'm coming more and more into, like...
Being a metalhead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a sort of...
Well,
there was a sort of an 80s feel to it in there, didn't you think?
Yeah, I forgot the name of the band. I don't know if it's Halloween, but the vocalist sounded like... There's a band that we listened to. The guy was... They're a death metal band. Like, he's really big. I think the name was Halloween.
We did react to Halloween.
I think Halloween is the name. I forgot the name of the singer, but he sounded like that singer. Hopefully somebody can help me in the comment section who this guy sounds like. But he sounds like the guy from that band. But I don't know if Halloween is the name of the band. But anyway, I'm overcomplicating it. But
yeah.
Oh, surprise, Vin's overcomplicating something. What is this he sees all through history? He's been watching over the lands. Now he just sees tragedy, all the world's misery. Are as plain as the lines on his hands. What's this I see through the eyes of the king? still sits upon his throne, guarded by walls of stone. Through the years he surely has grieved. Look at what the world has done. We have poisoned everyone. Now he sees things that he just can't believe. What's this I see through the eyes of the king? He looks for reasons why pain fills his eyes. Run, we can't hide from our destiny. Now we face the judgment day. Have we doomed humanity? Is there time for us all to be saved? What's this I see through the eyes of the king?
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay. His standpoint is interesting.
River. Yes, River. I've noticed that as well.
What?
That's the inside thing with River in Middle America. You got to be a certain type of person
to understand it.
No, to deal with that form.
Middle America.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Something's wrong with you.
I agree.
Something has to be wrong with you.
I said, there's not enough wrong with me here. I'm leaving.
Yeah, but me and...
I was like, yo, they can post anything they want, huh? Rolled up in there. I saw something really...
Yeah. One guy, Vin's an idiot, blah, blah, blah. Da-da-da-da-da. I love that shit. One of my admins hit me up. Was like, yo, this guy, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, man, fuck that guy, bro.
Fuck that guy.
He's like, well, what do you want me to do? I'm like, don't do anything. He's just saying shit about me. Who cares? He's like, you care? You just said fuck that guy. I'm like, yeah, I know. I care. We can't delete the thing because he said something about me. What the hell? I'm not Elon Musk, nigga. What you want?
Oh, well, it depends on... fuck that guy could be two different ways. It could be like, you're really upset with him, fuck that. Or it's just like, I dispense to this man. I don't have time to deal with his mockery.
I just think that's soft. You can't suspend somebody from your channel
No. I'm
they
saying
don't like you.
You don't even gonna waste any thought or time on it. I would not think that if you said fuck that guy, that you really meant it. I would just assume it was like, yeah, but it's a fly hitting my windshield. What do I care?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's because you know me. But this person was like a brand new admin. They were very upset.
Aw.
You know how people get when they're upset from me?
They do, yep. Yep.
They want to murder him.
All right. This was an interesting song because, well, there's a couple different ways that you could look at it. Because one, he's saying he's coming from the eyes of a king. Like, he's looking through God's eyes at the world and what he's seeing there. And he talks about God's eyes being filled with, tears over everything that's going on. There's a couple ways to look at that. There's one where you would say that, yeah, like when God experiences stuff in time as it's happening, like he is grieved over stuff. But there's also the other side of it where it's like, well, God's sovereign over everything. He's in control of everything that's happening. So it's like, well, how, if you were the mind behind all the tragedy, if you were seeing the end results of that tragedy and you saw like that everything was going to, because he promises that it's going to work out. So I guess, if you're coming from that angle, is he as grieved in the same way that we're upset when we see things? I don't know if it's the same way. I definitely think that he hurts when he sees us in pain over stuff, but I don't know if... Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
You don't know if what? I'm listening.
If it's I feel like this guy misunderstands how God looks at the stuff. Because I think that there's both. I think that God can experience, we've talked about this before, graduation day. You're happy that you're graduating, you're sad you're leaving your friends. You can experience two emotions over the same event. And so I think that there is a sorrow, I would say, when he, for instance, in the Bible it says that when Paul was going around and killing all the Christians, that at some point Jesus met him and he said, hey, why are you persecuting me? Obviously this guy wasn't touching Jesus. Jesus had already ascended. He already rose from the dead. So obviously he wasn't doing anything directly to Jesus, but because he was doing it to God's people, then God was experiencing it. Jesus was as though he was persecuting Jesus directly.
Right.
So I'm saying if God sees the situations, this entire world is within his control. If he's looking at situations yes, I think that there's stuff that makes him sad, but I think that there's a sorrow that we have that God does not fall into because he is not hopeless. We can be hopeless in situations. We can look around at the tragedy in the world and feel hopeless, this is never going to change, everything. People
yeah,
think
but there is a sense in which that's a deeper sorrow than hopelessness.
Oh no.
Because
how so?
Because let's say, for example, that you had somebody that you loved and they were in a desert and they were dying of thirst.
Yeah.
And you knew that last hill was the oasis. But Selah gave up. She's going through something. right? Like that hopelessness is, but how much worse is it for you as a mom to know if you wouldn't have given up hope, you would have got it on the very next berm. You see what I'm saying? That kind of pain, I would rather me be the hopeless one and give up than be a parent and watch my kid give up when I know that there's literally 2 more feet and they would have made it. So even though we fall into like this deep hopelessness that obviously God literally cannot fall into, there is a sense in which that's even more suffering for him, because he knows, man, if you would just do X, Y, and Z, then you wouldn't be hopeless anymore.
Yes.
Who would you rather be? Would you rather be the kid who's hopeless or rather the parent watch your hopeless kid?
I don't necessarily feel hopeless with my kids, so
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, would you rather observe your kid give up hope when they're an inch away?
No. I'd rather be hopeless myself than have my kid. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's a different kind of pain. So when God sees somebody give up, kill themselves, all the 9 yards, wake up depressed all the time, blah blah blah, he doesn't fall into hopelessness, but he falls into a category of pain that is worse in my view. Because the other thing is that he is that oasis. So it's the person is giving up on him. The person's quitting on him. So like I said, that's a different kind of pain. So all that shit is in play for me anyway. And that's how I've experienced God a lot. I've had those conversations where a bad thing happened and I was all crazy, and then the thing worked out and he's like, "Damn, man." And I remember so many times being like, "Fuck!" being upset at myself, like, damn, I didn't trust, like I didn't trust God. I looked at my circumstances, and obviously that bothers him. That's what he said to Peter. Why did you doubt? He was walking on the water. Who had a worse time that time? I think Jesus had it worse than Peter. I don't think God likes to be doubted by his folks, especially when he comes through for them over and over and over again. I don't think he likes to be doubted. So if we fall into hopelessness, I think that hurts him more than our own hopelessness itself.
You're probably right, because our kids, you know what I mean? Like if I was like, Orion, here, come over here. Orion's 3. If I was like, come here, let me hold you when, for instance, today, my sister showed up to drop off some stuff, and I didn't know that she was necessarily coming today. So all of a sudden she's knocking at the door. She's dropping off a bunch of stuff. There was like a whirlwind and then one of the kids wanted to give a toy to Orion, and Orion started just bawling his eyes out and ran and hid in the corner. I've never seen him do that before. So I picked him up and I'm holding him. But if he would have not trusted me to hold him, and I don't know what, he was scared of something or what was going on with him, but like he was crying. But if he wouldn't have trusted me to take care of him, and he would have been more scared of me and like hiding from me, like, yeah, I guess that would be a whole nother level of pain. Obviously as a parent, you don't want your kid scared of you. So I guess if stuff was going bad and you're God and you have to watch your kid go through that and they're not trusting you, so then it gets really dark and hopeless. Yeah.
That's you
see, I was fast forwarding it and I'm looking at it like, yeah, but at the end of the day, it's the same. I used to do the same thing with the Abraham story. Like, you guys are probably familiar. God tells Abraham to go bring his son to the top of a mountain, and he's supposed to sacrifice him, and he goes through that. He brings him up there, but then God stops the whole thing and provides, an animal instead. Or that's probably not going to make people very happy, but that is what happened. But in that story, I always used to look at it like, here's Abraham, and he, like, the situation that he's put in is absolutely insane. And now he's in the situation where there's a verse that says basically, like, Abraham trusted God that even if he was to end the life of his child that day, like, God was going to raise him up again. He was going to raise him from the dead. And that sort of faith kind of like helped him. I don't have, that's not that. I'm not in every Abraham situation. I have a real massive problem with that. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, like, he trusted God to that degree where he was like, I can't remember where I was going to bring this into the other situation.
Well, it kind of relates to our secularism conversation from before, because here's Vlad. You ask people why they believe in God, they have no evidence. Completely untrue. Completely untrue. I can't tell you how many conversations Vlad has exited because he didn't like the ramifications of the discussion. But one of the things, here's the thing. Here's one of the reasons that I believe in God. It's because everybody walks around as if they assume God is true. So, for example, if you look at this song, he talks about tragedy, the world's misery, what's going on, pain. why? If the world is just, if there's an empty sky, and as Christopher Hitchens said, all you have is blind, pitiless indifference, why do we even care about shit that happened to people hundreds of years ago? There's a lot of shit that we do that has no evolutionary explanation. None. For example, there's a sense in which you're impeding natural selection by having a healthcare system. There's a sense in which you're impeding natural selection by having...
It's not in a sense. I mean, that is
correct.
True.
By having handicapped parking spaces. If I lived in a world...
That's true. Anything that makes life easier for people.
If I lived in it... Well, no,
easier.
Right? Easier makes sense from a natural selection perspective. What doesn't make sense is why... Like, so for example, Greenland has effectively cleared out Down syndrome for their country, because all you do is, if you find Down syndrome in the amnio, they just went and killed all those kids. So they got rid of Down syndrome. That makes sense.
They also killed a lot of kids that don't have Down syndrome. That happens all the time.
Yeah,
they misdiagnose stuff all the time in ultrasounds.
Yeah,
all the time.
But see, that kind of cold calculation makes a ton of sense when you combine natural selection with secularism in an empty universe. That makes complete sense. Just line them up and get rid of them, get them out of the gene pool, and then we're going to have a stronger gene pool. And at the end of the day, there's no God. So even though we did it, it was just what nature wanted. So nature selected all the Down syndrome kids out of Greenland. And then we just continue. We just repeat process until we come up with the Ubermensch. Till we come up with the Superman who has no defects. We can have a pure gene pool. So it's there. It's there. And there is no conceptual roadblock for that kind of mentality in Vlad's world. There's none. I mean, he admitted, he said, well, I mean, it's all relative. Okay, well, let's just get rid of him. So when he talks about what's going on with the misery in the world, what is God doing? I understand. Like, I think that those are real questions. And at the end of the day, it's really interesting, because a lot of times when you hear people dealing with the problem of evil, he'll be like, God's up there, he's not doing anything about it, yada, yada. But I don't know, like this one, if you look at it, he's like, look at what the world has done. We have poisoned everyone. So there's a sense of personal responsibility that we're the ones that screwed everything up.
Yes, yes. But I also am not sure if they're also trying to communicate, because there's this idea that God, like, kind of like, he put the world and started it spinning like it was a top and just left it there, and he just like observes it. And that to me kind of sounds like it, because it says sits upon his throne guarded by walls of stone. Like, it's like he's complete, he's not there, he's not feeling it with you. Right. He's not there with you. Literal
ivory tower.
Yeah, exactly. Through the years he surely has grieved. Look at what the world has done. We have poisoned everyone. Then it says now he sees things he just can't believe. So if you were watching the world consistently on a day, you would slowly... But it almost sounds like, you know, he taps in and out. You know, he's in his ivory, whatever, and then he comes back and he's like, oh my gosh, now he's so grieved. I can't even believe what I'm seeing now. If you saw the slow progression, you would believe what you saw, because you'd know where it came from. Right. The fact that he's saying now he can't even believe what he sees makes me think that they have that idea that God is just sitting up there guarded by his walls of stone on his throne, like the throne is all so important to him. And from there he looks down and he gets grieved, but that he's not there. And certainly not like what he said to Paul when he was killing the Christians. Like, why are you persecuting me? Like, Jesus said directly, like, what you're going through there, I'm experiencing it. I feel that. Yeah.
And Riv, I didn't say that secularists don't understand empathy. What I said was secularists live in such a way that denies their grounding worldview. And we're not talking about feeling sorry for a person who stubbed their toe. What we're talking about is whole countries eliminating groups of human beings because they have flaws in their genetics. And you and I both know, because you've been privy to hundreds of these discussions, that's one of the main things that get brought up when we talk about killing children and abortion. It's, hey man, we got a genetic disorder here, so we need to get rid of them. There's not a lot of empathy for those kids. You've seen a bunch of discussions I've had relative to that topic, and you've seen that the people on the other side don't have much empathy for babies. So I'm not saying secularists cannot understand empathy. What I'm saying is, when it comes to things like natural selection and taking out whole swaths of people, or having things like a handicapped parking space, or making a person a hero. Let's say, I asked Seth Andrews this question one time. I said, here I am, the pinnacle of
masculinity and strength.
Of genes. Like,
Yes.
I've got Olympians in my genetics.
Yeah.
I've got federal operators in my genetics. I've
You're
got
not even supposed to have kids. You pop it out. You got
lawyers in my
genetics.
I'm a genetically sort of gifted individual.
Yeah.
And let's say there's some kid that's got some congenital disease that's stuck in the road. And I run out to the middle of that road and I save that child. Thereby taking my superior genes out of the gene pool, but leaving an inferior gene set in the gene pool. I said, Seth, was that a good or a bad thing that I did? He said, no, that's a good thing. And I said, Seth, that's Christianity, where the strong person sacrifices himself to death for the weaker person who cannot repay them. That's not secularism. That's not, I'm sorry, there's no way to justify that evolutionarily speaking. What Greenland did to all their Down syndrome kids makes a bunch of sense. And I'll tell you what, they're going to have a lot less problems because now they're not going to have to deal with those Down syndrome kids fucking up their country.
You just made your country colder.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that secularism cannot understand empathy. What I'm saying is you cannot account for it and you cannot apply it consistently. That's what I'm saying. But the fact that you practice on a daily day-to-day basis indicates to me that you believe that there's something deeper happening with human beings other than this secularist bullshit. That's what I'm saying. I don't buy it. I don't buy any of the things that those folks say because they react appropriately most of the time. And I've even seen these like radical they cringe when I say they got rid of all those Down syndrome babies because they know it's fucking wrong. They know it's wrong. And if you do a thought experiment, you say, hey, if there is some technology that could tell you if you're going to have a gay or trans kid in utero, and all the evangelicals decided they were going to massacre all their babies, would that be a morally good or bad or neutral thing to do? I'm pretty sure all my that's horrible. Blah 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 blah. So everybody knows it is what I'm saying. That's why the guy is saying we've poisoned everyone. We've done this. I don't blame secularists for all the problems in the world. That's, I'm a very nuanced thinker. It's we. America is not a secularist country on the ground level. So when you talk about Iraq, Afghanistan, all the horrible shit that we did, our supporting apartheid in Israel, you would not be able to have all those. Well, Afghanistan, we were pretty unified in Afghanistan, and from a certain level, I could see a justification for it initially, because Mullah Omar was holding bin Laden. But you wouldn't get Iraq. You wouldn't get all this other shit, all the horrors that evangelicals are part and parcel of making that engine work. Evangelicals were the ones that voted for Bush the second term. We're the ones that closed that deal. John Kerry was talking about getting us out of war, getting us out of Iraq, blah, blah, blah. And we're the ones that pushed Bush over the top with that. We're the ones that are doing the unconditional support of Israel, all the rest of it, and put. So I am criticizing secularism while simultaneously understanding that I don't believe America is a secular country. So I don't believe that our fucked up foreign policy is at the feet of the secularists. It's at the feet of Christians who are inconsistent with their objective standard. Because many Christians have adopted Americanism over the Bible.
Yeah, that's true.
So when you say like, hey, there's no way for you to justify swordplay from a New Testament perspective, like Jesus completely ended that, they will quote the Second Amendment. It's like, oh, I'm not saying they're not Christians. They're still Christians. But it's clear that being an American is either on par or even, like you go in these evangelical churches a lot of time, you'll see the Christian flag and then you'll see an American flag.
Yeah, we always saw it. That would be up right up on the stage.
And I'd be like, what the fuck is that? That's kind of weird, bro. That's weird. And especially on the stage.
Weird.
And it's usually like this exalted
very
position.
Tall, yeah.
Like it's usually like in line with the cross. It's like, I always felt uncomfortable.
I never felt uncomfortable with that. I was like, bless God, we're in America.
Always felt uncomfortable about that.
But I agree with you. That is very concerning.
Yeah.
And I mean, what you say about them, like typically the evangelicals and the way that they view certain things. Like I came from that crew that basically views it like you're saying. And
Riv. People look at the Nazis a certain way because for whatever reason, you folks believe that the Nazis are a different kind of human. But I have no idea what you're talking about when you said most humans look at eugenics incorrectly. I don't know if you've looked at what we've said relative to Margaret Sanger, and many of the pro-abortion arguments, River, you've seen yourself, are absolutely eugenic arguments, whether it's, look, these kids are disabled, or it's, well, these parents shouldn't reproduce anyway. You know how many times we heard that at the clinic? Well, they shouldn't be reproducing anyway. And I'd say,
all the time, yeah.
Yeah, so eugenics is alive and well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. People said it all the time.
Systemic murder of unfit people is alive and well, not in the Western world. That's one of the reasons why, like, I do my best to try to demystify this Nazi shit. Mm-hmm. Like, the Nazis are like some special crazy person.
Oh, yeah.
No, they're not.
Right.
No, they're not. It's just that we now have pictures of the stacked bodies. I promise you, if I was the type of person that would show pictures of the aftermath of an abortion, you'd see the same thing. Oh. But you're not looking for those pictures, Riv.
I mean, really, it's
ridiculous.
It's worse than that, too, because what they did to the Jews, they did that, and then they stacked their bodies in piles.
Yeah.
But it was on record that they were selling stuff from these aborted babies. So you're making profit off of these children that we've killed. That's even worse.
Riv, I didn't say you specifically. I just corrected your erroneous statement that, thank the God, since we saw that what the Nazis did, now we see that eugenics has to go. When I'm sorry, the people who are calling everybody's Nazis are the current eugenicists in the world. And they celebrate eugenists. Like Hillary Clinton saying that Margaret Sanger was her hero, when Margaret Sanger was an avid eugenist. Mm-hmm. Like, people still don't understand. The Nazis got their ideas of eugenics from us. That's a fact. In the Nuremberg trials, those guys were quoting our folks. They were quoting Sanger and all these other crazy people during the Nuremberg trials. They got the idea from us. That's a fact. I demonstrated that. You were on that thread, River. So my point is not to say all secularists are bad, blah blah blah. My point is to say that human beings are bad.
Right.
And if you do not have a referee that's outside of the game, that's calling balls and strikes, then it's going to default to the powerful who get to impose this sort of poison or whatever onto people who cannot defend themselves.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is there's no protection from that in secularism. Zero. That's all I'm saying. Okay. All right, so if you're fully aware, why are you saying that everybody sees that eugenics has to go when eugenics is still not only still being applied, and we were the ones that gave the Nazis the ideas? Why are you saying it still has to go when you know good and well it's still operative in this country and in the Western world? This is I don't understand. This stuff I don't understand.
Yeah.
I think after what the Nazis did, you want to believe that the Western world doesn't support it. You want to believe that because you want to believe that we're somehow better than those people. But those guys are our little brothers. And until people like reconcile themselves to that, you're going to be living in a fantasy world. Shout out to River, though. I love the song. I love the metal. This is another 9.8. These guys are selecting bangers. They're selecting absolute bangers.
I liked the vocal style, the way that the song was constructed, and also the topic. I think it was an important one to kind of talk about, and I don't know. Hopefully that changes things for some people.
Inshallah,
and the world can become a better place.
Well, I believe the world will become a better place. I just think that what's going to happen is when you look at, let's go from like Alexander the Great with Hellenism, where Alexander thought, okay, we have obviously the most updated world system, and if everybody adopted our world system, the world would be a better place. And so in order to do that, he killed a bunch of people to make that happen. And then you had the Pax Romana. After the Greeks got defeated, then you had the Pax Romana. It was like, look, we've got Roman peace. It just so happens that we created that Roman peace by crucifying thousands of people and raping a bunch of women. But hey, we got Roman peace because nobody wants to fuck with us. And because nobody wants to fuck with us and we rule the world, then the whole world is at peace. Right? The Jesus was kind of like right toward the end of the Pax Romana. And now you've got Americanism. Mm-hmm. And what do we say? We're going to spread democracy. So we're going over there to spread democracy, just like the Greeks were spreading Hellenism and the Romans were spreading Romanism. Now we're out here to spread democracy. It's the same shit all over again, all the time. And what I'm saying is, all of these worldviews, communism, socialism, capitalism, whatever ism, all these things are going to cycle, and I believe humanity's going to get to the point where we're like, okay, none of this shit works. Let's try Sermon on the Mount.
Yes.
And that's where we're going to take off.
Yeah.
I just think God's just going to let humanity exasperate itself with its ridiculous, honestly, foolish, incoherent.
Yeah, it takes longer to get there, though, because we're so bad at listening to our forefathers and mothers and learning from history, because we've already seen their falls. They're all there for us to see that this system is not working.
Yep.
And then that's how you were able to predict what was coming in the future, and then Canada goes with that bullshit.
Right.
Killing that boy.
Right. Just a study of history.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. If we could just look at that and learn from that, we all know the phrase, like, no history, or if you don't know history, you're doomed to repeat it. Like, that's what's going on. And if we can come out of that and we can say, you know what, we've tried this, and this, none of this stuff is working. Like, let's just try what the Christians have to say.
Yeah.
Perhaps you'll find yourself in a better place.
I mean,
so
look,
this is like our verse.
If we had followed the Sermon on the Mount, we'd already have Medicare for all. Mm-hmm. We wouldn't have any wars. We would not have a predatory capitalistic system of debt slavery. We wouldn't have that.
Here, try this. The next time that you get in a situation where somebody's super furious and they happen to be angry, maybe with you or with somebody else, the Bible says a soft answer turns away wrath. So try giving a soft answer instead of reacting all crazy like you feel like it, and see how the day doesn't change. See how the situation doesn't change. I was just reading this thing where the person was like melting down in the parking lot and being really rude. I think it was a parking lot. And then the other person was like, geez, they went in, they went to work, and when they came back out of work, there was a note, and they had taken a picture, they posted it online, and it said that the person was saying, my mother just died 2 days ago, and I can't process it, and so I'm having a real hard time. Sorry, I was being so mean to you. And anytime I see stuff like that, I always think, man, we don't know. Like, that person that's getting on your nerves at the wherever, like, you don't know what they're going through or why they're acting the way that, the way that they acted.
Yeah.
Like, there was another one, one more thing. There was another one that basically was a situation where the person was being really rude, and then they slide their card, and when they do, it says that it's declined because they don't have enough money in their account. And so everybody was like, yeah, basically, like, I love to see it when this happens to people. And I was like, what? The other flip side of it is that kind of explains maybe why the person was so rude to you.
Holy shit. I live in England. I definitely am scared to go to an NHS hospital. They bump people off. What do you mean by that? Explicate. I think I know what you mean, but...
Most bumped off usually means killed. Do you mean they...
But go a little bit deeper into that. Here's Vlad. Would it be better for the gene pool if 2 people with Down syndrome didn't reproduce? If the answer is anything but yes, then you're thinking with your emotions.
Wait.
There it is. Unbelievable.
Yeah, but what we're saying, Vlad, is people are more than the gene pool.
There's a higher principle, Vlad, than the gene pool.
Oh my God.
That's not me being emotional. That's me thinking with logic and theology. The 2 Down syndrome babies are created. The 2 Down syndrome people are created in the image and likeness of God. And while they don't have superior physical gifts, they probably have other gifts that
they don't probably. They do.
Will bless the world. And whether or not, and look, people are more than what they can produce.
Yeah.
We don't look at people's value and say, what value can you bring to the gene pool or society? Okay, you're now validated. That's not how it works. So now can you imagine being a Down syndrome person and reading something like that?
I know it's so horrible.
Jesus,
the thing is, people think that Down. That's the
Holy
thing, Vlad.
shit.
My question for you is, how much time have you spent around a Down syndrome person? Because from what you're saying to me, it looks like you don't even know anything about these people. Like, these people, they have anger issues. That is one thing that they do all have, but we all have issues. But they are the most loving people. If you have any conversation or time spent with them, you would see that. Like, the fact that you would even reduce them down to that is crazy to me.
I don't even care if they're loving people. It doesn't matter.
I know it doesn't. I'm just saying, like,
I'm sure
you reduce them down
thousands.
to a gene
Let's say there's
pool.
thousands of miserable Down syndrome kids that are just absolutely horrible. I don't care.
Right.
I'm glad he's here.
Right.
Because that guy's an image bearer of God. But see, when you don't have that, then you have things like, yeah, man, they just shouldn't reproduce. They're fucking up our gene pool, man. It's just not the best for us. That's all you have. And that's what I'm saying. Like, this is secularism. There it is. You shouldn't reproduce because you're just not good for the gene pool. Okay.
Is like how small of a way to think that, maybe there's a bigger principle. Maybe the parents that have been given Down syndrome children, there is something unbelievable that they're going to experience and they're going to know and they're going to grow and they're going to change from if they let that child live. Like,
well, as the scripture says that evil will continue, but it will not get it very far, and their folly will be made plain to all. This is foolish thinking. If you don't assign inherent value to human beings, this is what you end up with. I'm sorry. But I'm not sorry. Well, I'm sorry for people that think that way. In the UK, if someone has more years left to live, they will cut your life short.
That's what it means by bump it.
It's blunt but true. I've seen... Holy shit. I experienced that with a family member. Yeah, that is true. Because they just want one empty bed open for...
Yeah, I remember your situation. Yeah.
There it is. This is secularism. This is secularism, where it's a math equation. It's a math equation. Down syndrome plus Down syndrome equals 0. It's just math equations now, and it just depends on how much value you bring to society or how much of a burden you are to society. And if that ticker, if you go from value, which is Elon Musk, what's his name? Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Okay, he's on one end of the spectrum, and then you got your normal person here. The minute the ticker goes over here, and you're more on the burden side than the value side, you're out of here.
And how does that
You're
work?
out.
How does that work for, some of our friends that are like severely depressed for extended periods of time? Like, if you get this stupid shit in your head, you might do something. Because it's not about what you're producing or what you're giving to society. Like, you're valuable. Holy shit, this is terrible.
I don't know what you're talking about, River, how we've always looked out for each other. I just got done looking at an archaeological dig where they had implementations for war by using bamboo. We've always killed and massacred each other in bunches to take each other's resources. There's never been a time when human beings universally took care of each other. It's never happened. All right.
Okay, so wait, did we do the commercial yet?
We're gonna do the commercial later. We gotta rate this song.
Oh, okay, so we haven't rated this. I thought we did. I thought we gave it I thought we gave it a 9.8.
All right. We both gave it a 9.8. All right, 9.8. We shall return. We have more on the way and another very special commercial. We shall return. Vin out.
Sori out.
Go. Actually, let me just pull up the commercial. So we'll do this commercial instead of the other commercial. Right? Wouldn't that be better?
Sure.
Good old all right, Archero. All right, guys, here we go. Commercial break. Check it out.
Hey, villagers. This is Archero, and it is March Madness.
That is not Archero. This is Archero.
We do this as an annual fundraiser to help out other villagers who have fallen on hard times. It is a contest that's based on the NCAA basketball tournament. What you do is you fill out a bracket on ESPN, choosing for each matchup of all the games all the way through the national championship game who you think might win each game. The highest scoring bracket.
Punch, the one over there. Why would you do that?
Song reaction from Vin and Sori.
Huh?
Now, to participate in this, there's a minimum of $1 donation, and you'll find our GoFundMe page. If you just search on Google for Vin and Sori GoFundMe, you will find it. Make a donation there. If you can give more than $1, we encourage you to. This is going to help out our fellow villagers. Once you make your donation, then send an email to me at vinandSoriMarchMadness@gmail.com. I will send you a link to where all of the village brackets are, and you'll be able to participate there.
Honey,
now you can start filling out your brackets on Selection Sunday, which is March the 12th. And then you'll have until the morning of March 16th when the first basketball game starts to have completed your bracket.
I have no interest in
We have so much fun with this every year, and we really look forward to seeing you guys there.
And that is the big homie Archero.
The Amazon account is up and running now. We are
It's
selling
for a
our
good
formula
cause. I don't care.
officially. It's amazing stuff from
Look, guys.
Wait, are you playing? What's happening here?
highest standards there are. In America, the standards haven't been updated since May.
Hey, villagers. This is Archero.
I think I'm going to do this one,
March
actually.
Madness time once again. We do this as an annual fundraiser to help out other villagers.
But why
who
is he
have fallen on
separate
hard
commercial
times.
working at the same time?
It is a
I don't know why 2 commercials were going. I don't know what was happening.
In they took old sick people out of care homes and put them call it. Hey, I gotta screenshot that.
What happened?
I just want to check that out. What sure percent? I mean,
Care homes. Call it C19. You got to definitely get that in there.
That's fucking brutal.
I don't know what that means. They called it what?
Basically, you took them out of care homes and put them in basically hospice care, I guess.
Put them in care. I don't know what the difference is between taking them out of care homes and put them in care homes.
Are you in Greenland, Kai? All right, guys, here we go. So many ads, he says. So many ads.
Took them out of care homes and put them in care homes?
Huh?
It doesn't make sense. They took the old sick people out of care homes and put them into care homes.
I think he was saying...
They take them out of their homes and put them in special places when they're sick?
It says
away
they took
from their
sick
families?
Old people
or?
out of care homes and put them in care homes, called it... I think he meant hospice care at the end. I'm not sure. He's gonna.
Yeah. Explain that a little bit more.
The next song, the flaming.
The Flaming Lips.
Wait a second. Isn't this?
I'm sorry. No, that was the one. That was yesterday's stream. The other stream we did.
That's the one that got us. That got us banned.
Forget about that. No Flaming Lips.
That one got us banned.
Yes. Can you pronounce this for me?
Musgorsky.
There. Night on Bald Mountain.
Yeah,
for the big homie Matt.
Musgorsky.
And he wants us to play the official here, so I'm going to play that.
Musgorsky. Holy shit, to infect other people in care homes. Basically killing... Holy shit. One more drink, Vlad.
Well...
We don't want the beer belly, though, Vlad. No beer belly, bro. You're on track. You're at 17 pounds, right?
We know people in this stream even that they understand that. That's so horrible.
What? They understand what? What are you talking about?
Taking sick patients and putting them in with ones that are not, and then people lose their lives.
This shit is incredible.
I mean, we've got friends on this channel that are still hurting deeply from those foolish actions.
Okay, so you got the official over there, right?
Yeah, the official's over here, and you're gonna do that one.
Do we have? Hold on. Do we have the lyrics? I don't think there are lyrics for this one, right? Because it's yeah. This is the one that was the orchestra one. Remember
Probably.
I said there's an orchestra one?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see what the homie has to say. Last stream didn't quite go according to plan, so this time I decided to bring you something less risky.
Who was that, Matt?
Yeah. Content from Disney.
We almost got a copyright strike on that one. Because we got hit, because you guys know we don't stop the music, we keep it going, and then the record label always goes after us. But there's some record labels that are mega aggressive, and so they hit us immediately. Like usually you get away with it like the first 10 seconds.
Yeah,
we got hit immediately. Right, then we got hit again. If we would have got hit again, that would have killed the stream. We'd have had no streams all week, and we would have had a copyright strike. So, but that wasn't Matt's fault, because how are we supposed to know?
It was Matt's song. I know
I think it was Matt's song, but it wasn't his fault, because like that was the first.
Yeah, that's right. The Flaming Lips was Matt.
that was the first, but that was the first time that ever happened to us. So.
Oh, Matt.
The only time that's ever happened to us is when we've used like an official like music video. That's the only time that's happened, like, to that degree.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Okay, so this is what he said. Well, sort of. The video we'll be watching will be a segment from the 1940 film Fantasia. Each segment from this, Disney's great experiment, is set to a piece of classical music. In this case, how did you pronounce that?
Musgorsky's.
Night on Bald Mountain.
Musgorsky.
The piece is a tone poem describing a witch's Sabbath on the titular Bald Mountain?
The titular Bald Mountain.
Bald Mountain?
Yeah, the name of the song is Bald Mountain.
Yeah, a location from the Slavic folklore. That the version that is best known to us today was actually arranged 5 years after Musgorsky's death in 1886 by one Nikolai Ramsky-Korsakov.
They don't know how bad Nikolai is.
You know. Well, some of our OGs would, because they hear you talk about it sometimes. The safe version, which we will be treated to today, was performed by the National Youth Orchestra of Spain in 2007 and conducted by Jose Sebrerir, associate conductor to... I don't read the names, babe. I always feel like
to Leopold Statowski, who arranged all the music heard in Fantasia. One last thing. Shout outs to my fellow villagers in the Rock of Ages Alliance who inspired this pick.
Ooh, Rock of Ages Alliance.
Yes,
sir.
that's the new one? Robert.
All right, you guys. Let's check this out.
All right, guys. I think I have it downloaded too, inshallah. No. Yes. No. I don't have it downloaded.
And I'm just playing this one because this one's going to be a minute ahead. So while you're downloading that, it's going to just kind of be playing over here.
That's the actual Fantasia cut, right? That's the official one?
Yeah, but he said about a minute in.
Scroll down. How many views is that thing? Oh, it's got 5 million views. That looks pretty official to me.
It's put out by this guy.
Damn.
I mean, it's a theatrical cut of Fantasia, of the actual, like, cartoon.
What do you think? What do you want to do?
I mean...
That doesn't look like an official channel. It's only got 3,000 subs on it.
I just...
It's got 5 million views, but there's only 3,000 subs on that channel.
It's not... The thing is, it's not like something that's official, so I don't even think it's... We'll have it playing over here. I would just play that one over there, so we don't run into any more complications, because we've just gotten a lot of hits really close together. So I feel like we're kind of... Attention is being drawn to us. And it's not... And this is from the...
Do not... there's our churro. Do not play the Disney version on the stream.
Yeah, I don't think we should either.
Okay, I've been overruled like I always am. Nobody ever takes my side. You guys notice that? Never take my side.
We didn't know you had a side. We just thought you were asking us a question.
Recently got into a Ghost as a satanic themed band. Should I stop? Well, it depends. It depends. Are you... Is your loyalty to Christ diminished? Do you feel less love to God since you began listening to Ghost? Do you treat people differently? Do you treat people worse since you started listening to Ghost? Is your prayer life significantly diminished since you... And I'm asking these questions seriously because this is a grid I put myself through considering all the satanic shit we end up in. One thing you have to understand...
That's interesting.
That's in my mindset is that all good things come from God. That's what the scripture says. Okay, so all good things comes from God. That means if there's a heavy riff, you know, that little section in 1. Okay, that
thank
was
you, Lord.
Sadak, thank you, Lord. Now, how people use that good gift is based purely on their intention, what's inside their heart. And so, for example, a song like He Is and all the rest of it, we know they're talking about the devil. But you could easily take that as a moment of worship between you and Christ. Just because Ghost is claiming it for the devil, we believe that all the tunes, all the rhythms, anything good about that song originated in God. So if you take that and bring it back to God, you're not taking from Ghost, you're just giving it back to where it belongs. So that's how I look at it. That's one way of looking at it. But the other way of looking at it is, if you start to see that your mindset becomes progressively darker, your view of God becomes progressively darker, and you are less loving to people, like on a practical level, I'm not talking about like emotions, I'm talking about your actions, not just your emotions, but your actions. If you start to see a decline in that, then maybe you need to pull back. So that's how I'd look at it.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't want us to be superstitious, right? There are, just because, I'll just say it this way. A lot of what God looks at is the heart and the intention. Okay? And I'm never, ever, ever going to feel guilty about loving a good piece of music. Never. Because I believe all that shit originated with God. Vivaldi, my shit, this guy's shit, Slayer, all that shit originated with God, in the mind of God initially. I had a friend on here. He was an atheist. I don't know what he is now. But he asked me one time, he said, do you think sounds want to be heard? I thought that was such a
I've thought about that so many times.
Such a brilliant thought process. And the answer now is yes. Because if you're a musician, there's so many times when you're just, and then the thing just comes out and you don't even know. People call it the muse. It doesn't matter what your worldview is, by the way.
It's something else.
Something mysterious happens with art. And, for us as practicing Christians, we have a worldview that accounts for art as well. So enjoy it. Enjoy it. Turn it Christward if you can, and watch yourself. Paul told Timothy, watch your life and doctrine closely. So there you go. Watch yourself closely. Watch the people around you. Say, guys, am I still the same loving guy? Blah, blah, blah. And then there you go. All right,
or
here we go.
Maybe you were an evil bastard before and this is helping you. All right.
Emily in the house.
Hi. Okay, you guys, let's do this.
Yep, I'll get to you soon, Michelle. Okay, guys, here we go.
Night on Bald Mountain.
Night on Bald Mountain. Let's do it. I'm actually pretty excited for this one.
This was done by a youth, right?
I'm going to switch this one. I'm sorry, guys, but I want to see this full screen. Oh, shit, I know this one. Hey, turn it up, turn it up.
Wow.
When that big demon thing shows up.
Jeez. Look at them.
Hey, turn up the brightness on me.
Wow, look at all their sticks all at the
that a
same time.
hand?
Yeah.
It's like a hand, right?
Yeah, it's fanning the flame.
I wonder. I wish we could play this on. It's such a crazy.
Bows, Ian, yes.
Is there a
bows.
metal version of this?
Some weird stuff. Yeah, I know, it's just funny.
He's too young to remember Fantasia. He wasn't around when it came out.
Oh, look at that.
What is that?
Look at that. Wow, look how timed they are.
Archero, what is that red thing?
Look at them looking at each other.
I know.
Look at that.
That shit is crazy to me. And this guy too. Like,
Yeah, I know. Everybody's focused.
Archero, what's that instrument the red guy was hitting?
That little ding, ding.
But look at that, though. Like, the imagery is crazy.
There's a lot of craziness in this one. Yep. Unbelievable. Wow.
Hold on, some more. Come on. I always love this part.
Giving them their props.
And you get their props. I love that shit.
Yeah, you got that?
Just posted that.
Sorry, I was getting something over
you?
here. I was getting something over here.
You
It was a
never
good, it was
catch
a good
anything
comment.
I haven't caught. That's never happened. Like literally, you're
It could be
11
that
for 11.
it could be that I think a comment is good and maybe you don't. So I just got to put it in there.
Literally never happened. Every time you've done it, I've already put it there.
All right.
You lost the bet.
Well, I don't know. We could ask the channel.
No,
Everybody's gonna go. Everybody's gonna agree with me.
They're gonna agree with you.
Yeah, because I'm right.
No, it's because you're pretty.
No, that's not what it is.
All right, that was the okay. So that was Fantasia. Well, not Fantasia. That was.
I lost a bet with Vinny because I said this is red and he said it's orange.
I did not say it was orange. Look at you lying to the people.
You said it was orange. That's why I went and got my orange one.
I didn't say it's orange. I said that's not red.
You said that's not red, it's orange. That's why I went and got the orange tank top.
I didn't say it was orange. I said that's
I
not
see,
red.
I see.
And then you said
I'm
going to bring
orange.
my orange shirt and then
you
we're going to contrast
literally said it's orange.
How did I win the bet, Your Grace?
Because you bamboozled me.
I didn't
realize
it
it till I'm saying it to these people.
You brought out your orange shirt to contrast it.
No, you said it was orange. That's why I brought out the orange one.
Green.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. I
you
disagree.
lost the bet.
I didn't lose.
Yes, Fantasia is the. Yeah. I will bring back evidence of her loss, dear listener.
Babe, that's enough.
I will prove to you that she lost.
Yeah, this is just getting outlandish now, okay? All right. That was amazing.
Yes, I'm blown away. I'm looking in the comments section. I'm blown away that there isn't a what do you call it?
What? Copyright?
A metal band that has done this because, like, especially like the violin part was like, I'm like, holy shit, I can rock to that. Mm-hmm. Like, what is going on? So that was called Night on Bald Mountain. That was the last movement in Fantasia. That pretty much ended the show. Fantasia was a really interesting thing to me, and it wasn't very popular in our household, and it wasn't because of the, although now I look at it, because we had it in the VHS. I remember like going into the kitchen, getting something to drink while Fantasia was on. My older brother, who was a thespian, big into the arts, well, at the time, everyone was like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing in the world, blah, 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 blah. So my older brother was just like sitting there watching it like intently. To this day, I'm not sure if he actually enjoyed it. I was trying to get into it. I'm like, yo, there's no storyline. There's no this. There's no, it's all musical. There's no dialogue.
Okay, I was
it's
gonna
not
say,
a linear,
I feel like I didn't like it either because I felt
I'm
like
surprised
there
your
was too much
mom
singing.
let you use.
No, I know. I wasn't allowed to watch this.
Oh, okay. There's
saw
not much
this-
singing in Fantasia. I don't think there's any singing in Fantasia.
Oh, there's no singing?
I don't think so.
For one reason. Well, I'm sure there's singing. It's
I mean,
Disney. But, I mean, we were literally
No,
just...
I'm not sure that there... Is there singing in Fantasia? I don't think so. Go ahead.
I thought I remember there being singing. I thought I remember the main character singing. That girl. But this... I would watch it.
Riv, they'll know. Riv, was there singing in Fantasia? I feel like there wasn't, but...
I thought I remember the main character. Doesn't she get, like, separated from them because when she was a baby, the servant takes her out when her whole family is getting torn apart, and then her family finds out that she might be out there, so they put out word that... do I have the story wrong?
I don't think that's right, honey.
Oh, well, what is Fantasia
Fantasia is something completely different. Like, if we Wikipedia'd Fantasia, it'd be completely
different.
different.
Thought that she was Russian. This happened in what? No?
That's Anastasia, honey.
Okay, well, what is this one about?
I should have had another bet with you.
No, I wouldn't have bet with you. Because I wasn't like convinced. I mean, those are pretty.
Like, what the fuck is she?
They're kind of close if you don't know what you're talking about.
No, Fantasia and Anastasia are literally like separated by almost 20 years.
No, the names themselves. I thought that this is the same thing. I mean, Fantasia, Anastasia. I mean, it's pretty. There's a lot of Asias here.
I'm sure people will forgive you, but we just had a moment. This was a moment.
I just don't think that it's that.
This is.
I don't think it's that crazy. If you're not, No,
this is a fucking. Fantasia. Well, I just knew it. I was like, there's no way that her parents. Yeah, Anastasia was.
I'm not familiar with the timelines and the stories. All I know is just stop it.
Finally, somebody stood up to your ass. River, it was River. River came through for us. Finally, thank you.
Not at all. Anastasia wasn't even a Disney movie. Wait,
Thank God.
Wait, Anastasia. Oh, what was it? But it was still one of those cartoons.
I don't know. It might have been Pixar, Universal Studios.
I mean, like,
I
I know that much about Disney. My God.
You failed. No,
I could only watch it when I would throw in the videos when I was babysitting.
Me! My Middle America people came through for brother. Spike on your ass. Finally! Called you out for your wickedness.
No, there comes Matt. Also, Blue October equals Blue Oyster Cult.
Yeah.
Stop! Right this instant.
I was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean?
No.
Shame.
This is just shame being foisted upon my head.
All right. Yeah. So first of all, we've heard that song. Mm-hmm. That is a metal. That's like built for metal. Like, dun, dun. You can even like hear it a little bit in like Battery.
Yeah.
Because this
you
one goes.
Think you could take your guitar right now and play something with it?
And Battery goes. Dun, 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 dun,
yeah, you can kind of hear that from what you just did.
Anyway,
I think it's cute when you do that.
Yeah. Fantasia.
Okay, so fill me in because I'm obviously clueless about this Fantasia character.
It was just mostly visuals and music, but a lot of the visuals were extremely dark, like literally demonic. Like,
I mean, I'm looking at a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, but
stuff turns into like demonic-looking characters.
Yeah, but then they kind of all blend into each other. I feel like this guy took a DMT trip and shit, and was trying to show us like
it's like a dark Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, it was like it's hard to like explain like It's just an audio-visual experience. You know how people say things and it sounds pretentious? Mm-hmm. I feel like if you saw Fantasia on the big screen for the first time, it would be like you would have never seen anything like... And really, not... Mm-hmm. I mean, there's this thing called Samsara. It's like a documentary. And it has music, but it's like people from all over the world. But it's live action. It's people from all over the world. Yeah. And it's just... You're just looking at them doing their life. Because I think Samsara means a wheel of life or something in Hinduism.
Oh, okay.
And so you're just looking at people from India, California, Afghanistan, like, and you're just watching them as they live their life. But Fantasia is something like...
That's a movie?
It's a documentary, yeah.
Oh.
It's a pretty highly ranked documentary, yeah.
Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it yet.
I'd be interested in that. That kind of sounds like that babies one that I watched, where it showed babies in different...
Yeah.
Kind of like, but a people version of that.
Yeah, but
like an adult.
Definitely, like, I definitely feel like we could get a metal band to cover this. It would be insane. I love this. I think this song is a I think this is a 10. I just think this is a classic.
Oh, it's unbelievable. It was very good. It was very good.
Classic. So I'm going to give this one a 10.
Yeah, me too.
And this is kind of like in a classical music format, so it kind of works. All right, dear listener.
Yeah, 10. 10's all around.
10's all around. We shall return. We have a very, very special treat for you guys. So sit tight. We've got 2 more songs left.
Do your bathroom break before you come back, because this one could be a while.
Yep. It could be a while. Vin out.
Sori out.
Go. All right, guys. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says... $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft.
What?
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
No.
Put it in there
Buy
twice.
our merch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Buy a merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
Okay. You guys, in our stream tonight, we have a very interesting thing coming up. The first thing is that this is going to be a long one. The next song is a total of 42 minutes for the actual song, or 43 minutes, I guess. We're going to split it up into 2 parts. To my understanding, this is exactly how Misery Biz wants it. We're going to listen to, let me see, up until, where did that? Did you see the comment where it said up until 20-something? No, I'm just going to go back to the email then.
Just go to your email.
Anyway, so we're going to listen to up to that point, and then we're going to stop, and I guess at that point we're going to talk about it, and then we're going to go in for the second half.
Is this a lyric video?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. But I do have the lyrics. I've got them up on Trello, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah, let me pull up that. I think. Sorry.
Talk to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that. I have a lot of emails from, and I just want to make sure we get that right. Or just ask him directly in the stream.
What, Misery Biz?
Yeah, or we can just start it. I mean, it's like at the 21-minute mark,
Where is
but I
he?
wanted to get it exactly.
Where are you, Misery? Okay. He didn't tell you. He didn't tell you. I thought it was like the 21-minute mark.
Yeah,
I want to
thought
get
it was
this like exactly
yeah,
right.
so do I. It was like 21. It was like at 21.
In your
something,
mail,
so.
just type 21.
Oh
21.
yeah, that's right.
Type
Up here.
just type the number 21. Does it have did he put an attachment on it?
No, I don't remember there being attachments.
Here, let me see this. This is gonna be a 40-minute song, okay? So this is gonna take us a little bit. You guys know how we get down. We gotta listen to the whole thing straight through, and it's probably gonna generate some sort of deep conversation. But so we wanted to set the atmosphere a little bit, make sure things were, come on, it's 40 minutes. Yeah, hang out. Ian Kirby.
Feng shui.
Feng shui. Ian's like, wait, what?
Yeah. Look, you guys, I got Vinny this little bowl with sand and rocks in it, and you stick the incense sticks in there. Let me show you, so the incense doesn't get everywhere.
Yeah, that's the shavings or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm very, very big on incense, guys.
The ash. The ash is getting everywhere. Here you go. Light these. Light these.
I thought you were going to put them in the thingy first.
No. It's easier to light them when they're like this.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
All right. So the mood is properly set, bitches. The moment has arrived. All right. I'm thinking that this is going to be a very interesting situation that we're in. So here we go. We listen. By the way, how do we say this? Our song limit is it's 10 minutes.
Yeah, it can't be more than 10 minutes.
Okay, so songs cannot be more than 10 minutes for one song.
Because we do such a big breakdown on the stuff that, there's got to be plenty of time.
Right. So just keep that in mind. If you have a 40-minute song, just keep, do the math. All right, guys, here we go. The name of this song is Mortuary te Salutant, which means that Vin's Latin is absolutely terrible. Yeah, I said Terabic. My Arabic is like far superior to my Latin. It's pretty much a disgrace. You're a Christian. You're supposed to be good at Latin, not Arabic. But,
You're going to do what you're going to do.
I'm pretty good at saying, hey, don't kill me. I'm a brother just like you.
Oh.
They believe me. Jeez. All right, here we go. I feel like this should have gotten its own thumbnail. Did you pass me those lyrics?
Yeah, I sent me text. Yeah, can you switch your light to a yellow?
Dude,
Switch yours.
Hold on. There's supposed to be an awesome intro. Are you aware of that?
Who sent me an awesome intro?
Well, he said, they didn't do Misery Business awesome intro. Go back to Trello. Maybe there's an awesome intro that we missed.
I'm just going to check in the email because there's nothing on Trello for that.
I don't want to miss anything.
Misery Biz is sending the link directly. And then this is his messages. I don't see any intros. Yeah, he just sent a link. Who?
Well, there's...
And then this is our conversations after, but he just sent a link.
Okay, he's asking Misery Biz because he's here. Sorry for the delay, guys. We just want to do everything exactly perfect.
For sure. Yeah,
change your light, like blue or purple or something. We gotta do something different for this event. This is a momentous occasion.
Wait, okay, red.
Red might work. Oh yeah, let me take care of it.
You want red?
Middle Earth sent you the write-up. Okay, so there's a write-up you're supposed to read before we go into the intro, babe.
Yeah. Okay. Here's all the notes. I'm seeing the lyrics here. Hold on.
Did you read the whole thing?
Here it is. No, that's
okay.
No, that's not it. That was Matt's.
From Musgorsky, Bald Mountain.
Yeah, no, that doesn't just says.
Yeah, we don't have anything from Middle with the write-up.
This is it.
Yes.
Oh, you attached a picture.
We did have.
Okay, I'm sorry, Middle. I didn't know there was an attached picture.
Middle isn't even here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you guys for sticking with us.
It says, before the first part, greetings, Vin and Sori. Welcome to opera. To be specific, a funeral doom opera. This performance is called Ave Maria 2, and it's a work of a Belgian artist, Deha. Deha is a very productive artist who doesn't stick to any genre. He does everything from hip-hop, noise, pop to funeral doom, black, post-black, etc. He also plays every instrument in his works. Oh, wow. Okay. In this opera, we have Dutch soprano Madikken de Vries, a guest vocalist. Also, as in every opera, there is an intermission. There is an intermission between the parts, and due to the length of the song, I advise you to pause during the intermission, which takes place between 21:15. Oh, it would have just done it. And 23:40 to take a breather and maybe some. Lastly, before we start, I want to thank my fellow villager Folly on helping me with the translation
of the French parts of the lyrics.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats as the imperishable flame proudly presents the opening act of Deha's Ave Maria 2. Oh, and you read this, babe. This is going to sound so much better coming from you.
Moiturite de salutants.
All right, so let's check this out together. Ooh.
Okay,
All
so
right.
these are all the lyrics?
Yeah, apparently.
For that one song, SubhanAllah.
Well, maybe that's for part 2, so this is up here.
Gotcha. Okay, let me get these lyrics. Now that we've got everything
So we
summarily...
are going to... I misunderstood. So we're just going to play it straight through, and we're going to have that little
intermission
there.
at 21:15.
So we'll have a couple minutes to be like, whatever, and then we're going to go right back into it, and then we're going to break down the whole thing at the end.
Maybe. We might break down the thing in the middle. I'm just going to go along with it.
Oh, I thought you were doing what he wanted.
Oh, is that what he said? To break down at the end?
That's what I understood,
okay.
because he just said take the pause, the 2 minute pause.
That's what he wants. If that's what he wants, that's what he's going to get.
Okay, but if you like Vin's plan, if you're like, hey, I didn't consider that, just let us know in there, because we can do a breakdown in the middle and then a breakdown at the end, or one full breakdown at the end, whatever you want.
I just want it done exactly to the specifications.
Exactly. Yep.
That's all.
Do you like
I want to make sure that it's like exact. See what I'm saying?
Green, yeah.
Yeah, there's the blue. I like the blue.
That was purple. Yeah, purple. There's another blue.
Hey, assalamu alaikum. Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How you doing over there, Bo? Sorry to, are you on the Palestinian side? If you are, keep your head up. Keep your head up.
Sorry for seizure people.
What are you no, don't do that.
I was just going through to get back to the blue.
All right, let's go. You ready? Mm-hmm. That's good enough, babe. That's good enough. All right, here we go. Let's do this. Ave Maria.
Dim yours.
Dim mine?
Dim it. Yeah, it's bright.
See the flames.
The smoke. Reason. Jeez.
pray for us.
Wow.
Now in the hour of our death. This is the break part.
No, I don't. Oh, this is the break?
Yeah.
Oh, this part? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
21:15.
So you're just, yeah, so we're, yeah.
We passed the 21:15 mark.
Yeah, it just goes like this for that. So the break, you're hearing people screaming. Is that what it is?
I thought we were supposed to stop at 21:15.
No, he said at 21:15. He said to keep it going and just use that break if you need to.
Okay.
He was saying. Wow.
Somebody said, this is the kind of music that the Pope secretly listens to. I doubt that.
I think if he was listening to this, it would have helped him out.
The first half. Did you see the second half of the lyrics?
No, the lyrics, yeah,
Second half of the lyrics were blasphemous as hell.
Yeah, but I didn't dig into them a lot, but I definitely have some thoughts on it. So let's
Holy shit. All right, so let me try to break
this
down.
Song, okay, please before you go into the lyrics, because I feel like it's going to change how I feel about the song once I hear where it goes. But anyway, I just have to say the first half of the song was unfreaking believable. The whole thing was unbelievable. The first half of the song was like a crazy experience with I don't know. Go ahead, just tell me what it is. Now I'm worried. Where are you going to go? What's going to happen? Sometimes there'll be like this really great song and then you break down the lyrics and it's about some real horrible thing and then I can't enjoy the song the same. So I'm like hoping I feel like what I got out of this song is still going to apply. Even let's go ahead. Let's go into it. And then I'll
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
oh my God, the first half.
So the first half
doing
of the song
Ave Maria in there
is a standard Ave Maria. Okay. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women. Blessed
you have kept bringing this whole Mary thing to me, where I was, when I first came into this relationship. Well, I don't even know if I would have been in a relationship with you if you were wearing that before. You know what I mean? I felt very.
This is Mary. I have a Mary pendant.
I felt my parents came out of a Catholic background and they were Protestants. And so because they're trying to get away from everything that's Catholic, it's very anti-Catholic, then everything can end up getting kind of demonized. So certainly the Blessed Mother was something that it was it became almost a taboo topic. You don't talk about.
Yeah, you guys are afraid afraid of Mary. Afraid of the Blessed Mother.
Yeah, basically, too much. There's too much attention going to her. It's not good. Blah blah blah. What if it's an idol worship instead of maybe you're not worshiping God anymore, or whatever. So there was a lot of kind of fear around the topic, and so I felt very separated from the Blessed Mother, as you call her, respectfully. But I think that
that's what everybody calls her.
I've kind of no, not everybody, because. That's not how she was spoken about in our circles. We didn't really talk about her.
Well, every saved person talks about her that way.
Please. Anyway, so you would be talking about it like that, and it kind of I danced around the topic for a while, and
She said from now on, all people will call me blessed.
Yeah. Yeah, I've changed a ton on it. And when I was listening to this song, and I was but I had this really weird moment because I started really getting to that the Ave Maria, Blessed Mother, full of grace, and all that stuff just giving her it said that, that people would raise up and they would call her blessed. So it's good that she's being recognized in this way. But as it was being sung, and I was just
well, you look at Proverbs 31, right?
Yeah.
It says that her children rise up and call her blessed.
Right.
Okay, so when Mary gets to heaven, you think Jesus is just going to be there chilling? He's going to rise up and call her blessed. Mm-hmm. That's his mom. So if you think about Proverbs 31, I mean, you got to put Mary in there because the Proverbs 31 is called blessed and Mary's called blessed. So there's clearly a lexical connection between the two. But yeah, Protestants are generally very, I think, I do believe that in certain Roman Catholic sects and things like that, Mary has gone from dulia to hyperdulia to latria, in my opinion. So what happens is you have,
and that's a problem.
Yeah, you have dulia, which is basically the honor and respect that you're supposed to give to people in authority, like, for example, the presidents. One of the reasons why I try to stay away from insulting President Biden. And when President Trump was elected, I didn't do the whole orange man. He's an orange. He's got to, I stopped doing that because now he's the president. That's dulia. Mary gets a specific kind of veneration. They call it hyperdulia. And then you have latria, which is just worship to God. So what they say is, look, this is not latria. This is not latruo. This is not worship. This is dulia, hyperdulia. So.
Oh, wait, you're saying.
That's in Catholic
what
theology.
Say,
that's what they say. They're not worshiping Mary. They're giving, but at the same time, they're not giving her the same honor as you would give a president. Mary essentially gets the highest honor a created being can ever have. right?
Yeah, but
So,
they do
so
think
like
that
you honor your father and mother. That's one level of dulia, and then
Yeah.
there's another level of dulia, which is basically honor the president.
Yep.
And there's a sense in which a president gets more honor than your father and mother.
Yep.
But what they say is there's a third category called hyperdulia, which means
A different type of honor, I think, for the president.
like the highest possible honor you can give a created being.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't cross the line into worship. So they
Yeah,
say
I understand
that's
what they're
Mary
saying,
is the
but I don't
only
think that's
being,
what they do, though.
Mary's the only being that occupies that space.
Because isn't there, like, some of their songs or some of their doctrine, like, basically, like, if Jesus doesn't get you up the ladder, you can go to Mary's and she's going to be more gracious. Like, Jesus's ladder was missing rungs to make it very difficult to climb.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Mary
No,
was,
obviously, as Protestants, we say, yeah, but you guys
You're taking it too
cross
far.
the line a lot of times from dulia to worship, obviously.
Yeah.
But my whole thing about Mary always is, well, yeah, just because they go there doesn't mean that I need to go
that
there.
I should back up on it. Yeah, I agree.
Can't, you know, in my view, as I can't act like Mary's just a normal person. How she carried them. She's the mother of God, for goodness sake. Like you.
Yeah.
And by the way, the term, Theotokos, which means mother of God, like that's not a Catholic term. Like Protestants, the entire controversy around whether or not Mary was Theotokos was whether or not Jesus was actually God. And so the term mother of God isn't necessarily about Mary, it's about Jesus.
Oh, that's interesting.
So right. Like you have Protestants who are not necessarily informed about that development in church history, so they just say, "Oh, you say mother of God, okay, you're talking that's Catholicism." No, that's not Catholicism. That's just Orthodox Christianity. Like the first person I heard Theotokos from actually was James White.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah. Because I felt like I've heard him say it a number of times.
Yeah, so like for me, I'm not going to be afraid of Mary. And the fact of the matter is, I'm going to say it this way. You have a Father in the Trinity, you have a Son in the Trinity. So I had a friend, he's Catholic. He said to me, "All right, Vin, you got the divine family. You got a father, you got a son, you have children." He said, "Where's the mom?" Right? And so, of course, my Protestant answer to that is very simple.
Holy Spirit.
Right? No, Galatians 4.
Oh.
Galatians 4 says that Jerusalem above is free and she is our mother.
Yeah.
So the New Jerusalem is my mother. So my mother's up there. But there's also a sense, though, in which Mary is obviously our mother. In what sense? Well, Jesus says, anybody who follows the will of God is my mother and sister and brother. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if I follow the will of God, that means Jesus is big bro. Excellent. Well, if Jesus is big bro, who's my father? God. Great. Well, if Jesus is my big bro, who's my mother?
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Mary.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I have a pendant because this represents my mom, my mother. But I mean, honestly, this pendant for me is Eve, Mary, and my actual biological mother, because I'm devoted to all three of those women for the rest of my life. Like, so, I mean, I named my daughter after Eve, and I didn't even know it, which is very interesting to me.
Oh, you didn't know it?
No, I just heard Zoe because Zoe means life, and John chapter 1 is my favorite passage. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. I didn't know that in the Greek translation of the Old Testament, Eve, her Greek name is Zoe. So I literally named my daughter after Eve.
I thought you knew that when you did it.
I had no idea.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
I had no idea until I got Logos and I looked up Eve in the Greek and I said, holy shit, her name is Zoe. That's crazy.
That was exciting.
so yeah, I have a devotion to Eve, Mary, and my mother, obviously. The whole concept, though, of praying to Mary is a lot more complicated and difficult for Protestants to kind of deal with, although it wasn't difficult for Martin Luther. Martin Luther prayed to Mary till his dying day.
That's so funny, because that's never brought up in the discussions with Martin Luther.
Yeah, so, I mean...
We heard about the 95 Thesis, we heard about the fights, but we didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah. We Messianic Jews venerate Mary as the mother of the risen Savior Yeshua. Yeah, I mean... Look, man, she's a queen mother. I mean, you can't, she's, when this is all over, I don't think she's going to be in rags and shit. I think she's going to be pretty glorious. I don't know if she's going to be like the brightest star in the whatever, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was. A woman got us into this mess, and a woman got us out of the mess. Which is another thing that's very fascinating to me about Christianity, is that you've got this, both of the settings are in patriarchal contexts. So Genesis is written during a obviously ancient Near Eastern patriarchal time. And in the whole Garden of Eden situation, when the Bible looks back at it, Adam is blamed for it. The woman is not blamed. And then we're told that Eve is going to give birth to the Savior of the world, and she's going to be the mother of all the living. So it's like the woman is the only one that gives us any hope in the midst of all these curses in Genesis 3, in the Garden of Eden, which we covered that in our atheist chat on God's atheist experiment. But then you fast forward into the New Testament context, and you also have, you know, Judaism, Second Temple Judaism was extremely patriarchal. And obviously on the Greek side, the pater familia, I mean, the father literally had the power of life and death over his children and his slaves, all types of shit.
Wow.
Highly patriarchal context. And it's in that context where this woman ends up being this exalted figure. It's completely countercultural. Now, because we're in the modern age with feminism and things like that, we're not blown away by it, but it's something I point out a lot to my friends who are not familiar with scripture, is that the man is the ultimate bad guy. And the way that we get out of these problems is by a woman. So, and then when God looks at humanity in perfection, it's a woman coming down from heaven in complete glory. Wisdom is a woman. Again, these are all like massively patriarchal contexts.
The devil,
and women,
male. Wait.
Right. Exactly. So it's just very...
Yeah, that's interesting that he would cast it that way in a patriarchal society.
Yeah, it's extremely crazy. I used to believe in Jesus, but after my fast, I've seen the truth that Jesus is a lie. Sorry, guys, God doesn't give a fuck about anyone. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Warren, but I'm glad that you're here. Anyway, because I think God is big enough. Fast. God is big enough to deal with your disappointments and your hurts, whatever they were. So I don't have any judgments for you, my brother. I'm glad you're here. Why are people afraid of Mary? Isn't she there to help? Yeah, so that's kind of the thrust of the song, because so you've got the prayer, right? Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death.
Yep.
And so that's a very common prayer that Catholics pray. And, you know, that's obviously where Protestants say, why are you doing that? Wouldn't you rather directly relate to Jesus? And honestly, for me, you know, and the counter argument to that is, well, don't you ask your friends to pray for you? And obviously I asked my friends to pray for me. But a couple days ago, I was in a situation and I was like, oh, I made a mistake here. You were sitting right next to me. I said, I made a mistake here. And you understand what I'm saying to you?
I don't remember.
It's a couple nights ago.
Yeah, okay.
And I said, hey, set the timer.
Oh, yeah.
That whole situation, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm not going to get into the particulars, but it was immediately Jesus and only Jesus.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, we're going to see if this spiritual stuff can overcome, you know, physiology or whatever. And it did. I kept my eyes on Jesus, and he completely pulled me through. There was no instinct to go to anybody else. There was no whatever.
Yeah.
So, like, on the one hand, like, I don't have an issue with a person saying, hey, Mary, if you can help me, pray for me. I don't have an issue with that. But for me, it's like, yeah, but when you're really in trouble, when you're really in trouble,
yeah,
when something blindsides you, what is your instinct?
Yeah.
And so I tell people all the time, I'm a pretty terrible representative of Christianity, but the best thing that God loves about me is that's my instinct. When I'm in a lot of fucking trouble or a little trouble, my instinct is Jesus, and like literally it's tunnel vision. I can't see, hear, think about. Nobody else comes into my mind, and God loves that about me. So, you know, there's a lot of. He looks at me, he goes, "That guy, that's a fixer-upper. Holy shit!" But you know, he does know where to go. So you know, that's what happens. You know, I don't have a lot to offer God except for fuck ups and bad language. But anything that you have, He'll take it, and that's what I love about it. among other things. Okay, so that's where I'm at with the whole praying to Mary thing. Like, I don't have a problem. Like, if somebody's like, hey, if you can talk to the big guy for me, that'd be cool. Like, I don't have an issue with that. I don't think that that's worship at all. But I do think it's probably a red flag if, when you're in a lot of trouble or when something catches you off guard, if Mary's the first thing out of your mouth, or anybody, I put that with anybody though, and it's not Jesus, then I would say there was a problem. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. When I was gonna go on to my explanation of what I
go for it.
Okay. Yeah. I just, like I said,
so that was the first half
because of the
lyrics. Yeah.
Because of the Catholic, like the anti-Catholic or the running from Catholic that my family has done, I wasn't really able to like enter into anything about Mary. Or I will say that like secretly there always a part of me that liked the sort of like chants and stuff that they do, but then there was also a side of me that found it terrifying. So both were true. And I kind of experienced that in this song, like as like when it was singing, like it was like really, really beautiful and it was like really great. And I was like, wait, like I can like, you know, like the whole phrase, like don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. It was kind of like that. It was like, there are some things that are traditionally from our past and date back to the Catholic Church, but maybe not all of those things need to be thrown out because there is some really dark stuff to their belief systems. Maybe we don't have to throw out everything. Maybe there's some really great stuff that they have. And
100%.
So I was like listening to it and just picturing like the cathedrals and like the voice, like when they're singing in those places, like they don't even use microphones a lot of times because it just echoes so well. Yeah.
They just use the acoustics. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like, just like thinking about that and just thinking about the connection of like a woman in the church singing like that, like the way that this woman was singing in here was so strong sounding and she was projecting her vocals out so like fearlessly. I just really, really liked that. And
incredible.
Yeah, and so I was just talent. Like having this moment where I was kind of like reconciling myself to my Catholic past, I guess you could say, like as the song was going on.
I could see that.
And then like I was just picturing like those vocals. Well, a lot of times whenever you see some scene of like the church doing its, you know, its crazy escapades, like the Crusades or whatever, they'll put that music that's really like that.
They do.
So as I was listening to that music, I saw like the friggin' devastation of that the church has caused on the world. You know what I mean? And so it's like, in the one sense, they were singing these beautiful Ave Marias, and it was echoing, and you have people dedicated to prayer for like their entire lives and vows of silence to only pray, and all of this like amazing, like, wow, what are these people doing? And then they strap up and they go kill people. It's like, but this is us. This is human beings, and we're not perfect, and we have done some horrible stuff. All of us have, and it says that we're quick to shed blood. So like listening to this song was just like experiencing that, and then part two came. Like this was just friggin' unbelievable. I just really, really, really liked it, and it was so like I feel like that was like whenever you hear the Ave Maria, it was beautiful sounding, but this, with the metal that he added into it,
I know,
was just like,
it's the doom funeral stuff.
Yeah, it like really nailed something like that. You really needed that part in the song. Like it was so great. Like, wow, I just really, really liked what he did. And I kept thinking, wow, I wonder, like, because he has all of these, like he does everything except for the female vocal. So I'm like, I wonder if you had, I'm assuming he does a lot of it on his computer or whatever. Like if you're, or maybe he plays them, I don't know. Like I'd be curious to hear like completed songs by you if you were doing all of the parts, to hear what it is that you have inside of your head, because I know that you have stuff in your head, and then we're trying to like, what would a completed song?
Yeah, I don't have the vocal talent to do what I have in my head. I mean, you do. You have the vocal talent to get to what I want in my head, but I don't. But yeah, no, I got you. It's unbelievable. Megatallica says, to be honest, I don't know a whole lot about God, etc., but I'd like to know the first time you communicate with God. Do you feel shocked, like you can't believe it, or you get emotional?
That's a little tricky, I think, for us to answer, because we weren't, it's like now, if I've met people that have never read the Bible, and then you give them the Bible and they read a verse and that you've heard all your life, and they're like, this is amazing, like, because they're experiencing it at an older age. But like for us, I think that because you and I are almost anomalies in this is not something that's common. Like we've always, as far back as we can remember, have had experiences where God was speaking to us.
Jesus was my first conscious moment.
Yeah,
in my life, honestly.
I mean,
that's as far back as I can remember.
The majority of my memories are me and God. It's not. So
as
it's
a kid, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's pretty. So anyway, with us, we've always heard it. So it's not like it was shocking or.
Well, I do think though that there are, just like with every relationship, there are times when the relationship is extremely intense. Mm-hmm. And so when you pray, it is a massively emotional feeling. I mean, we were in a church one time, and the leader basically declared a prayer week. So like every single week, every single day in that week, we would show up together, and everybody would just get in a circle, and we'd just pray for literal hours. And a bunch of amazing shit happened. Mm-hmm. A lot of really amazing, incredible things happened in that period, and we got
so unpredictable.
We all got so close to each other. Like that was like really a turning point with that group. Like people were talking about like, yo, we need to get tattoos, all types of shit. Like that was day 3 of prayer week.
Oh, I missed that.
People were like, oh my god, like people would like. It's so difficult. The closest I could say was like going to a rock show. The togetherness, but it's
not the same.
Yeah,
it's not
I hate saying it because it's a universal way, but
yeah, but like if you were to picture your best concert and how close you felt to the people around, like multiply that by
5,000,
by like a number you can't think of.
And then you see incredible shit happen.
It's pretty crazy.
You couldn't explain. So like there were certain moments, and you know,
but it wasn't like that every time.
Well, we had a couple other ones, and they were okay, but they were never nothing like that.
Yeah.
That particular. I remember one time there was one dude, and sometimes people would sit down in the middle, and when people would sit down in the middle of the circle, that was basically a please pray for me type thing.
I forgot about that.
And I remember, well, because we put Kay in the middle on day 1, and then she ended up getting baptized that day, and then coming every single day after that.
Okay, it's so funny because every time I try to remember that situation, I can't understand why she's in the middle of the room and everybody's around. It was such a weird. Now I'm like, oh, that's right. She went up there for some prayer.
Yeah. So
that was a cool setup because nobody had to say anything. It was just like, you're having a bad day, you're going through it rough. Like you just need your people. Then you just people, and sometimes I would feel like I need to just set the chair, and I would go put the chair. Everybody was talking, doing all kinds of other things, and I'd set the chair. And sometimes people would just need a prayer. That was a really cool touch. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I remember one time, somebody sat in the middle, and then the leader went to pray for the dude, and then there was just this flood of emotions, and then everybody came and like put their hand on the leader while he was putting a hand on John, and then like pretty much I've got a picture of that. Everybody was like in the room, like everybody's hands was on everybody else.
Connected. Everybody's just like connected.
We're all connected,
yeah.
And then homeboy's in the middle crying his eyes. Everybody was crying. It was an insane moment, and
it was cool because it was like, we're all with you, dude. We're all with you, and we're all talking to God
there was some
for you.
Sort of like mutual absorption of whatever he was going through, and he never explained what he was going through. Nope. Like we never talked. That was a crazy thing too. Like he never talked about. He never said this is what was going on with me. None of that. It was, he sat down. Dude went up to pray for him. Dude started getting emotional. Other people went over there. Then it was just the whole damn living room it was just
literally what happened. Everybody,
it's crazy. It was a crazy situation. So that was a very, very intense. And then there are other times, just like in every relationship, where you pray and nothing happens, or you don't feel anything,
right,
things like that. And I love that too, because it's like, okay, this is the difference between a real relationship and witchcraft. And I'm talking about witchcraft like that you see on TV. Like, you do this, you do this, you do this. This is always going to happen.
Yeah.
Do this, this is going to happen.
Formula.
Like, we've got some way to manipulate
God's
this.
God's not a formula.
Or operate with this power. And again, I'm not talking about, like, real witchcraft for the people. I'm talking about, like, pop level.
Yeah.
You put something in a stew and then boom, this pops out, and you get the same result every single time. That doesn't work in real relationships. You do not get the same result every single time.
No, you don't. Sometimes
you wear the shirt and your boyfriend's like, oh my God, that's the best shirt in the world. Then you wear the shirt the next day and it's like, maybe bag of shells. Like, so I love that. I hate that about my relationship with God, but I also love it too, because I'm like, yes, okay, that means I'm in a relationship with an actual person, because that's how it works in real life. It's not always super intense every single time. Like if I could like always create that feeling, we'd always stay there. Like there's a sense in which you can't grow if you're always experiencing that. Because then it's like, it's the same thing as like if I prayed and then boom, $10 million plopped into my lap. It'd be like, well, why are you praying? It's the same thing. Like if you pray and you always get these crazy euphoric, intense experiences, like are you praying for the person or are you just praying for the euphoria? It's the same thing. So I love the fact, I hate the fact that prayer doesn't always work that way, but I also love the fact that it works that way because it tells me that it's real.
Interesting.
So that was the first half of the song. Then the second half of the song got mega dark. At least with the English lyrics.
Now, before we go into what I do not know what the lyrics of the second half said. When I was listening to the song, to me, it was because we still had the Ave Maria parts in there, and it still was talking about Mary. But it felt like I caught a couple of the lyrics, which I don't even remember at this point. But to me, it was somebody who was trying to like put it out there, like their feelings and their. Okay, so let me say it like this. I grew up in a religious home. All of us were Christians. Everybody, my whole cousins, everybody was. And so when we went around, like I guess you could say regular people noticed that we were weird. You know what I mean? Like we kind of acted like homeschool people, Ned Flanders, whatever you want to say. Like that was like us. But on the flip side, when you spend your entire life in that environment and somebody from outside of that environment comes in, we experience you guys, the regular people. And there was something that the regular people always did that I found odd, was when we would talk about prayer or you talk about church, or if people realize that you're a Christian and they want, all of a sudden people start acting really weird. They like act kind of like stiff, and like people would think that they have to wear certain things when they go to church. They would think that they're like all of a sudden you weren't talking to a regular person anymore. People got really weird because they didn't really know how to act or what to say and stuff like that. But like to me, this song was, this person needed to say these things and needed to get these things out, and on top of it was the Ave Maria stuff and everything. So I just felt like it was unbelievable. There are sometimes like people think you have to pray a certain way, and that's why people will say, well, I can't pray, I don't even know how to pray. Praying is just talking. You just communicated you don't know how to pray. That means you do know how, because you can talk. All it is talking. You're just talking to God.
Right. So
and
if you say, God, I don't know how that shit works, that's prayer. That counts.
And I think that there is and kind of piece this a little bit, follow me here, but I think that there's a certain, it feels sometimes in honest prayer that you're desecrating what is holy, because you think that you have to talk to God in a certain way, but the holiest way that you can talk to God is to be as honest and real with him as you are internally, like to put that out and communicate it in whatever words you need to communicate to God. But it feels like you're desecrating the holy, but it's actually the most holy moment that you can have when you're honest. And so I didn't get into the details of what this guy said, but to me, the way that whatever he was saying, I felt like he needed to say, and I felt like it was an honest moment with God. I don't know. I didn't read it. Like, I don't know how far he went. But I do think that there are certain things like sometimes like our kids will go like Orion is 3. Like sometimes the way he reacts to you say no to him, the way he reacts is like so over the top because he feels hurt by why you said no, he can't eat moldy crackers. Mm-hmm. But you have a reason behind it. So I think that sometimes we maybe see things that God is doing or feel certain ways. And I think it's important to be honest. And like, even if it feels like you're going over the top with it, like if the goal is, I need to say this to God, like I need to communicate this honestly. So I don't know, even sometimes I think people don't even realize that they're praying when they're saying certain things out. But because it had the Ave Maria stuff with it, it kind of like, I don't know, it was unbelievable. Like,
well, I had a wise person tell me this once, so I'm not going to take credit for this line, but most people have prayed without realizing it, especially metalheads. Mm-hmm. 2/3 of these songs are songs directed towards God. Mm-hmm. If you're mad at God, you're still praying to him. Mm-hmm. You know, if my kid is pissed off at me and he hates my guts and he says, Dad, I hate your guts, and he goes like this into my chest, I'm good with that. What I would not be good with is if my kid never thought of me, spoke to me ever.
Right.
we lived in the same house, my kid would never speak to me, and I was reaching out to him, he never spoke to me. That would be the worst. The best case scenario is the kid says, I love you, Dad, gives me a hug and a kiss. That's the best case scenario. But him being mad at me and pounding into my chest and all that was not the worst case scenario. Because at least we're still connected. At least you're still connected.
Yep.
But if he were to never talk to me or whatever, that is the worst possible world, right?
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
So what metalheads don't understand is that even if you've said, fuck you, God, none of that shit is real, you blah, you left the world, all the shit that you see in Behemoth, you know, where he says, Jesus Christ, I cannot forgive in the God Equal Dog song. Sorry, Nergal, that's a prayer.
Right.
Because I guarantee you there's somebody in Nergal's life he can't forgive. Now, he was talking about God. He said he can't forgive God. That's still prayer.
Yeah, because that's how he feels right now.
That's how he feels.
He feels like God is wrong and that he can't forgive God.
Right, and even if he says,
that's where the homie's at.
Even if he says, I don't believe in the entity called God, blah, 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 I'm an atheist, blah, that's fine. It's still prayer. Sorry. It's still prayer. It still counts. I'm sorry. So that's why I said, like, God is very, very close to people at metal shows. Extremely close to people.
That is one thing that I
because
got
those
from
those people are some of the most God conscious individuals in the world. And if you were God, I'll say this: if you are God conscious, then there should be periods where you're angry at him, and there should be periods when look, I'm not going to tell you to give God the finger, okay? I can't do that. However, it says you got passages like this. The guy's telling God, "Look away from me, so that I might smile again." Before I depart and am no more. Just look away from me, man. Like, your gaze is ruining my life. And you being around is making me miserable. So I would like you to look away. Because the minute you look away from me, I'll be happy. Now, he didn't really mean that guy. But he meant it in that little moment. You see what I'm saying? And God was big enough to handle that. Because God's like, okay, well, I'm not going to look away from you, but, we're still connected. Even though you're telling me to leave you alone, I'm not going to. But, hey, we're talking. So God says, let's put that in the Bible. So people understand there's a category for that.
Yep.
That I appreciate. This here, though, come out of your silence for the love of God. Yes, it can be done without realizing.
Yeah, Megatallica asked, how do you know if you've communicated? Can it be done without even realizing it? I honestly don't know.
Yeah, anything, a fuck!
Yeah.
Crying, anything that's God conscious.
Yeah. Because really,
anything that's like, if there's like 0.0001% of you, when you say fuck, when something bad happens, if there's 0.001% of God consciousness there, or directing that fuck towards God, like, what do I do now? That's a prayer. That's legitimate. The whole thing where you get on your knees and you do this and you do that, like, those are forms that people, that a person used that helped him, but your relationship is your relationship.
Yeah.
Some people are prayer walkers. They like to walk and pray. It's everybody's. I like
to walk in the woods.
I just like to strum the guitar and whatever. Like, sometimes I'm just, the notes are going Godwards and the note is my prayer. Like, anything that I'm doing that's expressive, that is God conscious, is a prayer. That's it. That's all it is. So yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm with you. You were about to say something, but I wanted you to answer that question.
So here he says, come out of your silence for the love of God. Your old cries only have an echo. You can start over. Assume, hear, see. I've told you all too well. So spit your faith and get out of your slumps. I think he's asking Mary to do something in the world. This is what it looks like to me. Come out of your silence for the love of God. Your old cries are only an echo. Mary, nothing has changed apart from your stone tears. I'm assuming, those statues that have. So nothing has changed aside from your stone tears. My heart aches and you don't listen. Mary, meet me down there. My spirit, my body are tired. Black smoke is fog. Mary, stop being blind and see. 10 years after, hear me. Look at me. Oh. Mary, queen of filth. That's what I'm saying. That's blasphemous as hell. The roles are reversed. We will sing to your face the prayers you have aborted. Holy shit.
I mean, again, like I remember, this is like a small example, but I remember when we were kids and we had heard this story about this missionary, but when she was a child, she wanted blue eyes really, really badly. And she prayed and prayed and prayed to God for God to give her blue eyes. And the next morning she thought for sure God was going to answer that prayer. And then she looks and her eyes are brown still. And she was upset about it. But years later,
he said no.
Right. But she just thought like, for sure he's going to do this for me. Well, years later, she ended up finding, she ended up becoming like working with kids that were trafficked into like prostitution temples. And because she had brown eyes, she was able to stain her skin with tea bags and then wear the hijabs and stuff and go in and save those kids. Had she had the blue eyes, she wouldn't have been able to go in there. And so obviously she thanked God for not answering that prayer. Well, my cousin and I, we were kids, we were reading that, and before we actually, it was right before we had read that story, the blinds in her bedroom were broken. And so she prayed for God to fix the blinds, and we went to bed, and then we woke up and the blinds were still broken. And she was so angry at God because he didn't answer that prayer because it felt like so important to her. And like, how could you not? That she was like, you didn't fix my blinds because you're blind, she said to God. And she told me that she said that. And I remember being horrified. But like, that's just like, sometimes when stuff doesn't get answered, like we just like, there's a reaction that happens back. So like he's saying, like, she, calling her filthy. But if he's praying to her to ask for like help, and then stuff is getting worse and worse or whatever, like that might be like, it's horrible what he's saying. Like, obviously you can't say that she's filth. I mean, she's blessed, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like that just might be further clues that maybe he's really hurt. And that's why he's going to this level with the Blessed Mother.
Yeah, Megatalica, I mean, people are always going to judge you. You know what I'm saying? It happens with us a lot being, listening to this music, and, we get it from Christians. How can you listen to devil music? Then we get it from atheists. You believe in a sky fairy, blah, blah, blah. People are always going to judge you. At the end of the day, for me, it's like, I just want to know what's true, and I want to experience the truth, and I want to love and be loved. I want to know and be known. And if I can have those, I don't give a fuck. I really don't care. But I hear you, man. Shit is difficult. It's very difficult. My heart aches and you don't listen. Meet me down there. My spirit, my body are tired. Black smoke is fog. Mary, stop being blind and see. 10 years after, hear me. Look at me. Mary, queen of filth. The roles are reversed. We will sing to your face the prayers you have aborted, and we will pray your name, Mary, that our throats burst for you to hear our screams and our blood.
See, she's not hearing, and horrible stuff's happening to them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a mind meld, just because you very rarely see people lashing out at Mary.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying?
I've seen them disrespect her a lot, though, and like when she's come up in some of the songs, they've been very disrespectful to her.
Yes,
But this is different.
Yeah, no, I agree.
This sounds like some real pain,
Yeah, this is a jilted lover, jilted person who really believed in this shit, and then
he says, and it's so much better.
You just feel for the guy
because the angels know.
Where did he say that?
It says, Mary, full of filth, you will die like a larva.
Oh, yeah.
So much better be banished because the angels know.
Let me see. There it is, right there. Full of filth, you will die like a larva, and it's so much better to be banished because the angels know you are nothing but an oblivion of absence. Maybe he's saying the angels know that you're nothing but an oblivion of absence.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, yep. Whose children will suffer the great sentence.
We won't forget, O unworthy mother. We won't forget, never ever. Destroyed remains of an icon that was revered. Your followers have gone heretics.
Exasperated. Really?
What was the last thing you heard? Go ahead.
How'd that even...
It's okay. It's okay. We're
so,
back.
I mean, when where were we? Oh, they won't forget. We won't forget. I won't forget.
I hate you.
When he hit that point, like I just felt like the lyrics matched the vocal style, matched the like the music, like the instruments, everything was communicating this. But at the same time, you still heard the singing of the kind of Ave Maria stuff in there. Like there was stuff that was going on.
Yeah, Shorty
but
came in there. She was still wrecking shop.
Right. So it was like
100%.
you can communicate that, but it doesn't change the facts. Like it still is like Ave Maria or whatever. Like if it's a prayer to God or whatever we're dealing with, let's say it's about, if we're going with the Mary thing, like at the end of the day.
But see, here's the major difference between Mary and Christ. Mary was not crucified for you.
Right.
Mary did not suffer for your sins. Mm-hmm. So, you know, that passage in Hebrews 4 that says that Jesus suffered in all manner as we did, except was without sin. And so Mary is limited in what she can do for you. So even if I believe that you can communicate with her, which I probably believe, she's still a human being. She's still limited in what she can do, and she's limited in the degree to which she can have empathy for you, because she was never brutally crucified.
She was not tempted.
Well, she was tempted and she fell into
ways.
temptation because she was a sinner like the rest of us.
Yeah.
So this is where, like, the theology starts to, like, come off the tracks. Like, yeah, if you're praying if you're praying to Mary to deal with, and this is what I was talking about when I was in that other situation, and I was like, Jesus, you know what I'm saying? Like, it looks to me like this guy's in a bad situation. He's been praying a long time for Mary to solve the problem. And the scripture says that God is a jealous God. The scripture says that, you know, you were bought with a price. And Jesus Christ did not get brutalized and beaten beyond human recognition, so that in our darkest times, when it's time for us to take up the cross, we go to somebody else. Like, he didn't die for that. When Jesus says, take up your cross and follow me, he's saying, look, you're going to have horrible times in your life, and I'm already here. Mm-hmm. I'm already on the dark place. I'm already in the place where your friends reject you, where people don't like to hear this, forms of sexual assault. I mean, read what Josephus said about crucified people and how they were treated. So, I mean, these are known tactics in war. And so, you know, crucifying somebody naked, for example, is a form of sexual violence. It's a known tactic of war. So you have Jesus who's enduring all of this for things that we did. One of the 10 million reasons is so that he could say, yeah, I know how it feels to be betrayed. I know how it feels to be violated. I know how it feels to have people turn their back on you. I know how it feels to give and give and give and give to people. And then in the moment of need, when it's time for them to stand up for you, they got nothing to say. I know all that because I went through all that. So whatever this guy is going through, Mary didn't go through that.
Yeah.
And secondly, she didn't go through that for him. That's why Paul said to the Corinthians, he said, was Apollos crucified for you? Was Paul crucified for you? Right? So it's like there's almost a sense in which even if Mary could answer the prayer, Jesus would say, no, don't answer that prayer, because then he's going to keep coming to you. If you come to me, if you come to Mary to get to Jesus, cool. Right? So, like, you know, one of the you know, during the whole, like, what do you call that? The miracle of at the wedding feast.
Mm-hmm. Cana.
The wedding in Cana. And the people come up to Mary and they say, we've got no wine. And then Mary goes to Jesus and says, they've got no wine. Like, if that's the template where you go to Mary to get to Jesus, fine. Mm-hmm. But if the template is in your darkest hour, you're calling out to Mary, I don't believe that Jesus is going to let you answer that prayer, because he paid too much for you.
Yeah, that's right.
He died a brutal death because he wants your prayers. He wants to be there for you at the worst moment of your life. I mean, what does it look like? Like, we've got a bunch of kids. You know, our kids are, you know, they're becoming teenagers. I hope, you know, they've got friendships with some of you guys. But when shit gets really heavy, I want them to come to us. Mm-hmm. I don't want them to come to y'all.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
for real.
like I think like some people don't understand like the insane degree to which Jesus loves his folks. Mm-hmm. Like, if people understood the degree to which he did, people would say that's toxic. I'll say it this way. If there was any other person that was as maniacal about a relationship, like on the earth, other than Jesus, I'd say that's a sick person. You need to stay away from them. That person's obsessed with you, and they're not going to let you go, and they clear people out of your life so that you can completely depend on them. Like, stay away from that person. Like, but that's the degree, that's how maniacal Jesus is about his folks. So, like I said, Mary has limitations on her power and her ability, but even if she didn't have those limitations, even if she could pull that rabbit out of the hat, Jesus wouldn't allow it because he loves that guy too much.
That's right.
And so, I don't think Jesus has a problem with people abandoning hope in Mary. But you got to fill that void with something else. So, you know, God, that's what it means that God is a jealous God. It's not jealous as in like a petty, you know, boyfriend. This is your maker, creator, and then came down here and lived. That's the other thing. He lived here. It'd be one thing if he floated down from heaven with us for a couple seconds, got crucified, and went back upstairs. Like, he lived with us, and then he remains a human. Like, people don't get it. Like, listen, man, I'm sure you have a favorite pet, favorite gerbil, favorite whatever, and I'm sure maybe when you were a kid, you're like, shit, man, that'd be cool to like make myself a gerbil and hang out in the tank for a little bit. But you wouldn't remain a gerbil. You'd hang out as a gerbil, and then you'd get the fuck out of Dodge and get back to playing. Like, this dude remains a human forever. Like, he's obsessed with humanity. It's unhealthy. It was obviously unhealthy for him. It got him killed.
Wow.
He's unhealthily obsessed with human beings. So that's why I've said, like, I don't have a problem with praying to Mary, like, hey, give me some help, ask the big guy for some help. But when you're in real fucking trouble, like, he wants that exclusively him and you. When you're in the depth of your soul, that's a him and you thing, man. And forget Mary. He will take out lots of people out of your life and lots of situations out of your life. It's not very popular, but he will, because he's obsessive.
That is true.
And I just say, hey, well, if you want me like that, you can have me. And that's how I conduct my Christianity.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not a very good representative of the religion. I'm not. But, and part of the reason is I don't care. I know I'm loved unconditionally, so I don't care. Yeah, I had a situation yesterday. He's like, yo, don't say that to that boy. I was like, nah, fuck that nigga, bro. He's like, nah, you can't say that to him. I was like, nah, I'm saying it. He's like, you shouldn't say that to him. Send. I shouldn't have done that. I got to go back and apologize to that guy at some point. Like, I'm not going to be like a sociopath. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's like, bro, if the minute people like get a glimpse of the 0% of how obsessive Jesus is with people, then a lot of things would change. Like, what people can know is this. Anytime I make a mistake and do something good, it's genuine. Because there's no reason religiously for me to do anything. I can coast for the rest of my life.
Right. No, yeah, that's true.
Jesus paid it all. I can coast for the rest of my life. Yep. But there's a lot of times when Jesus will be like, well, do this for me. And I'll be like, fine. I don't have a good attitude about it. I keep trying to explain to people, like, I know where my attitude is when I'm doing something. And a lot of times it's just him saying, just do it for me. And there's a lot of times I'm like, well, for you, but fuck all these other people. That's just where I'm at.
Yeah,
that's who I am. Yep, that's why I love that cute Chosen show. I'm gonna show you that clip in the Chosen show because I kept rewinding it when John and Andrew wanted to cast down fire from heaven. The way that Jesus reacted in the show, it was brilliant. I was like, oh my God. I was laughing, so I rewound it a couple times. You know how I get down. I couldn't believe it. Okay. Woo. Fun fact. When Christianity was forced on us during the 14th century, Mary was more important to pagans than Jesus. Mary was adopted as the mother of all healers. Yeah, Mary's so interesting. Like, so for example, there's that whole thing about Fatima where Mary, you know, Fatima was the name of Muhammad's favorite daughter.
That's what I thought. It was weird.
Weird connection between Mary's sort of like a catch-all with everybody loves the Quran. There's an actual surah, Surat al-Maryam, is actually named after the Blessed Mother. There's a whole chapter in the Quran called Surat al-Maryam. There's not even a Surat al-Isa in the Quran. So Mary gets this...
Which is Moses, right?
Jesus.
Isa is
Jesus. Musa is Moses. But like, she... I mean, Mosque Maryam is where Farrakhan preached from. Like, it's a famous mosque. It's the most famous mosque in the Nation of Islam.
Wow.
Mosque number 7 in Mosque Maryam. So Mary is unbelievable. I did not know that. That's amazing that Mary was more important to pagans. You know, pagans are very good about the divine feminine, though. Mm-hmm. Pagans seem to embrace the divine feminine. If you look at the intertestamental literature, when you're talking about like Sophia and things like that, wisdom was almost always looked upon as feminine.
Yep.
And so, yeah, so I could see how pagans would do a better job at placing Mary at a certain level, because pagans are much better with divine feminine energy than Christians are. That's why I keep saying, like, we still have things to learn from people.
Yeah.
Like, the Bible is the word of God, but it's the perfect, infallible word of God, but we're not perfect, infallible interpreters or practitioners. And I think there's a lot of old stuff that our ancestors knew. Like, for example, I think Cain was probably better at theology than any of us would be. He talked with God directly.
I know.
So, okay, well, he's the grandfather of paganism, whatever you want to call it. So they still have so many things, right? Like, so, yeah, shout out to our pagan friends. Like,
yep.
I know it's a nuanced way of looking at things. Okay, we've been this has gone on for like an hour and a half.
But it deserved it. I really, 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 really enjoyed it. For me, like, this song, I could put this on and it could just be prayer, because I think that it just really communicates the human existence.
I don't think this is... I find it hard to believe that this is only one song. Because Misery Biz put this... It's on his thing.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's a combination, like 2 or 3 songs. I'm going to ask him later on.
It might be.
But yeah, I loved...
But I mean, it was called the Ave Maria Part 1 and Part 2, so... Yeah,
maybe it's a 2-part... Maybe it's 2 20-minute songs. I don't know. What's the guy name again? Deha? Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's like yeah. Okay. But yeah, this was incredible. This was absolutely incredible. Really, really good song.
Yeah.
Really good selection. And shout out to all the warriors that stayed. We're going on 4.5 hours. But we couldn't short the review because it was a long song, guys. I love the song at 9.6 for me.
It's a 10 for me.
Okay, Pal Syria, what do you think, buddy? What do you think? Yeah, Megatallica, pretty much unconditional love, man. Unconditional love, which once you experience unconditional love, it is very hard not to give it out to people that you loved. I got a guy right now that really testing my my doctrine of grace. But by God's grace, God is really... He hasn't changed my heart to those people, but that guy is in an island somewhere.
But that's a start. That's good.
I don't want it to be a start, because I want to hate those people. So...
I mean... That's not very Christ-like, though, so...
Yeah, I know, but...
You said from the beginning you're not a good Christian.
No, I'm not a very good representative. No,
yeah, but no, I just... Honestly, I think that...
Yeah, man.
I think that... Yeah, I think that there's a lot... I think you're just honest about where you're at with stuff. Like, I don't know that everybody would be that honest. To say, I don't want to change on that. I want to hate that. I want to hate that.
No, I do, but I do.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I don't think a lot of people are honest about what they want to hate. I think that there's a lot of issues that we have, but we don't want to say it honestly. Because obviously it sounds shocking when you say that, but it's like, well, yeah, I mean, there's lots of things that I guess I've decided as well that, you know what I'm saying? Like...
Yeah, but God's definitely doing something to me, but, you know.
That's good.
I'm kind of praying, like, you know, don't go overboard with that shit. Those people still need killing. That's like my mentor used to say. He said, Vincent, some people just need killing.
Don't
feel bad.
It's the one group that everybody still, you know, I mean, everybody says this is...
They need to die.
These people need to die. These people are really bad people.
Except for that guy. But other than that, yeah. All right, guys. I'm sure Seven's gonna hit me up like, yo, what the fuck are you talking about? If I told him like, yeah, he'd be like, yeah, motherfuckers need to die for sure. Let's go kill him. But that's not the way. All right. Love the song. Really good song. Challenging to listen to because it was long. Thank you guys for sticking out. But look, guys, I'll say it this way. If you put out for us, we're going to put out for you. And I hope that was borne out in this because we take this shit really, really important. And it's important to us, too, that you guys feel like, you know, you got the bang for your buck. Unbelievable song. Really, really good song. Really good instrumentation. Very challenging stuff to listen to straight through. Crazy lyrics. Those lyrics are insane. They're very beautiful, though, the way that he said it. You know, my complaint.
That was the other thing too.
My complaint is holy, he said. That's brilliant.
The other thing was when he was doing his part where he was saying all of that stuff, it was very hard to hear. The Ave was being sung louder. So even that to me was like he needed to get this stuff out, but he didn't want it to be on full.
Yeah, every time I have these conversations, I always feel like, damn, somebody always mentions the Bible boogies. Everybody misses the Bible boogies. I don't know. We got to talk about that offline. See where you are with it. All right, guys, we got to get out of here. Michelle. Okay, we will definitely pray for you, and Taco will pray for you, and Megatalica. Jesus, thank you so much for our friends. Keep everybody here safe. Thank you for having them stay up too late. Please don't let them wake up late and get in trouble at work tomorrow. God, lift up Taco to you. God, you know what he's going through or she's going through. You know what's going on. And thank you for that 0.0000001% that he shot out to you. And I know that is everything to you. That's 100% to you. So thank you for loving us so much and keeping the standard so freaking low because you know that's the only way it would work between me and you. Thank you so much for Megatalica. God, thank you for his search. God, I just pray that you would meet him in his way. God, that you would show him how you and him relate. Standing, kneeling, running, high fives, jumping jacks, in the shower, playing guitar. I don't know. You know, you want your own thing with him. So make that clear to him. And God, just meet him in a way that he can't explain, but that he can't deny. And God, thank you so much for Michelle. God, keep her on the path of truth. God, help truth to be the number one thing that's most important to her and give her the courage to go wherever the truth takes her and to take whoever's with her along with her to the truth. Bless and keep all my friends. Cause your face to shine upon them and give them peace in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. I love you guys more than you know. Vin
Thanks
out.
for coming out and hanging out with us.
Yes, we love you. You're beautiful people. We will see you again. I think we have a show tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think we have a show tomorrow.
We do. I do believe.
Yes.
Tomorrow the 28th?
Tomorrow the 28th.
And yes.
Have a good night, you beautiful people. We love you all. Vin out.